Okay, we're going to kick off in a couple of minutes, so if everyone can take their seat, we'll start shortly. Okay, welcome back everyone. Hope everyone's feeling peachy after drinks and dinner last night. If anyone else needs any help with that, then there's energy drinks from AWS next door, and there's coffee from Searchlight next door as well. If anyone wasn't here yesterday, just a brief health and safety briefing again. So if sirens sound, you need to evacuate the building. The evacuation point's at the front of the building. If there is an earthquake, you need to drop and hold. If it is long and strong, there is a tsunami risk and you need to get to higher ground, which is the cliff up there. Other than that, there's a defib and a first aid kit at the front. Toilets near the lifts just there. I think that's most of our health and safety we needed to do. Not much else this morning. There's the gin distillery masterclass that we've got this afternoon or this evening. That starts at 4:30. We'll have more details on that, and there's details on the break slides as well, or the holding slides. So other than that, without further ado, we'll welcome Terry up to the stage from APNIC, and Terry's going to give a APNIC update. Thank you, Terry.
Indeed. Awesome. Oh, well, thank you for the applause. That's very welcome. So those of you who don't know me, I'm Terry. I look after training delivery in the Oceania region and also South Asia, which means I either fly for 3 hours or I fly for 30 hours. So it can be very interesting going the other way. So very much enjoying the trip to New Zealand. Really do love visiting the Pacific. So you'll find me always saying I love doing work out here. Because it is closer to home, but also the capacity building is much more rewarding for what I do. Oh, that clicks. Okay. Anyone want to put a hand up and say they don't know who APNIC is? Oh, good. I can talk about this slide now. Excellent. So the internet has an ecosystem of 5 regional internet registries which basically allocate address space and ASNs. And that's just, these days for ISPs, it's business as usual to go and join someone like APNIC or Aaron and get address space. So in this region, APNIC looks after 56 different economies. Yes, I have highlighted New Zealand properly. Good. Excellent. So you can see we have a very broad population base to address. APNIC also, I think, looks after at least a third of the world's population, because you can see there we have India and China in that mix. Now, a few of these nations also have, and I'm sorry, I should say economies. I'll tell you the story about that in a minute. So a few of these economies also have what we call national internet registries. So IRIN in India, CNNIC in China, Japan has JPNIC and so on. The reason we say economies is on this map there are a few sovereign nations which say, this guy over near me doesn't exist. You can probably guess, China, Taiwan, North Korea, South Korea. So we say economies instead, that way everyone in the room feels comfortable when we're talking to them. But I think you guys get that too. You actually have what I would call a dual nation personality here. So yes, very important to address that. Diversity is very important to us as well. So we were here last year. I'm actually wearing the t-shirt today. So I'm hoping some of you did actually come and see us in Wellington. I know there's a few people in the audience, a few familiar faces who would have caught up with us. So the APNIC conference does rotate around the region. It's worthwhile because we do the training, we do engagement, we have our open policy forums as well. But it's not our AGM. Our AGM is actually attached to the APRICOT conference, which you'll find in February each year. But yeah, we had a ton of fun. That's some of our EC members. Shane, one of our training delivery managers. Sunny's one of our managers as well. So yeah, I always encourage people to come along to our conferences. So where's the next one? So Vietnam, who wants to go to Vietnam in September? Yes, everyone. John does. Yes, indeed. So fortuitously, this year we haven't stuffed up AusNOG by running it at the same time. So if you're going to AusNOG, you can go to AusNOG in the first week of September, and then you can jump on a quick trip for 8 hours up to Da Nang and see us the week after, okay, there in Vietnam. So I would encourage you to sign up and come along. Definitely worth your while if you are wanting to do some policy work with us as well, and I'll talk about that. So APNIC has a few different, I suppose, communication channels. I would encourage you to read our blog. Interesting fact about our blog is that it gets 100 times more hits than anything else on our website. So any technical article, especially if it's got Jeff's name on it, gets lots of hits. Okay, I'm pretty sure people have your name, Jeff, in their Google searches and alerts. I do. So yeah, keeping up with what Jeff and a few other people are saying is very important. The podcast is also hilariously interesting as well, because every second podcast is Jeff and George. So we call it the Jeff and George Show. So very worthwhile. Get an hour of some banter about something. Now, it's normally Jeff complaining about how broken things are, which is awesome, because that gives us stuff to fix. Many things are broken, yes, indeed, indeed. So, oh, by the way, you're going to see a lot of QR codes in this presentation. My security people keep telling me, don't QR code everything. And I go, yes, I will. I want to track where you're going. Okay, yes. Was that creepy enough? Good. So, great little service I'm going to spruik for you today. This is Dash. Now, Dash is part of our My APNIC portal. Now, APNIC members enjoy this service for free, just as well, because apparently IP addresses are expensive, so we add value where we can. This one's a good one. I think one of the great features in this is if someone decides to impersonate your address space somewhere, Dash will alert you. Okay, if your address space has not had the row assigned properly and you started advertising it, Dash can alert you. So if you're managing APNIC allocated address space right now, go back into your portal, log in, set up Dash, put the alerts in place and start working with it. And definitely give us feedback on how that goes for you as well. We're looking at doing all sorts of interesting things like sending text messages, connecting to webhooks, like a webhook to your team, Slack, or your team's instance to give you an alert from Dash would be incredibly handy. Don't even need to log into the portal. Comes up in Slack. Awesome. So definitely investigate that and have a quick look around, please. Policy. I mentioned that a few times, didn't I? So APNIC is very much a consensus-based organisation. We really, really encourage our community to tell us what to do. Now that may sound a bit bizarre, but it's actually really important because our service, as it is a monopoly, okay? It is very much a cornerstone on how you operate your businesses as network operators. So it's a great idea if you come along and tell us now and then how you would like this run, because that's to your benefit, very, very, very much to your benefit. Now, John Brewer's here in the audience. He's been experimenting with our policy development process lately, haven't you? He probably has a good story to tell you, but he did turn up to KL as a newbie in the policy process. And I think you had the usual newbie experience. You were shot down in flames, weren't you? Sort of. 60-40? Okay, no. But yeah, it's an interesting process because you get to talk to people about what's going on. You have to build consensus. Consensus doesn't happen by itself. So there is a bit of politicking and so on. It is called policy, so there's politics involved. We have a new boss. Very interesting character. Okay, apart from doing various things with ICANN, he's also a former diplomat. In fact, he was actually assigned by the Singapore government to represent them in Vietnam for 3 years. So he's going to have a lot of fun when we go to Vietnam in September because it's been like going to his second home. So Zharong, as his name is pronounced, is from Singapore. He works out of Singapore. He has replaced Paul Wilson recently. So I think he's coming up now. Actually, now that it's April, he's done his first 6 months, and apparently HR has said you've passed probation and we'll keep you. So congratulations to the boss. So consultations. That policy development process and that feedback process and consensus. In the last meeting we had, I think it was last year, APRICOT, we had a very forthright young gentleman from Australia stand up and tell us, your board doesn't have females, your board doesn't have young people. In fact, your board seems to be serving indefinitely forever. He made some suggestions. One of those suggestions was board term limits. Very interesting. The other was actually extending board service period, but limiting it. And the idea of non-executive directors and appointed directors and so on. So there is a consultation process open right now. So please have a read, see what you think. Okay, it would be interesting to get the feedback from the community saying, should our EC have a term limit? And if that's the case, it means we have to go out and find fresh talent for our board every now and then, which is something you should be doing anyway. ICP2. Oh, this is going to be a good acid test. Hands up in the audience, do you know what this is? This is more boring policy stuff. This is what this is. So ICP2 is the wrapper that they came up with about 25 years ago to establish how a regional internet registry would be formed, what its legitimacy is, and they're reviewing the process. Because they created the process after APNIC and ARIN and others were formed, then essentially used that to bring about the other two afterwards. So now they're reviewing that. And the review is based around the fact that no one thought of the idea that someone would put one of the RIRs almost out of business. So there's a lot of politics and a lot of policy to be engaged with there. If you're into that sort of thing and you want to see what the nature and legitimacy is of a regional internet registry, I'd suggest having a look at this and engaging with the process as well. Okay, oh, here we go. Here's some marketing and sales for me. So academy.apnic.net is a very nice automated platform. It has virtual labs and other features on it for teaching what we do. Now, this is an important part of my job day to day at APNIC, and that is training. So training always comes up in our survey each 2 years as our number one activity, okay, the thing that we most, basically succeed at as far as the survey is concerned, which is also, I think it's 80%, 87%. So it's highly approved of by the constituency. But definitely get into that. Right now it's free. It's going to stay free. And it's available to everyone. So it don't have to be an APNIC member. You don't have to be working for an ISP. We have universities who use this platform, and we just basically let them go for it. The virtual labs are very, very interesting because we constantly change them. For instance, anyone here like MikroTik? MikroTik? Yes, we've updated our labs to version 7 of Router OS. Hoo-ha, yay. It didn't break much. Yeah. Mind you, we've got a MikroTik certified trainer on staff and all that, so it actually helps a lot. So yeah, that's awesome. You'll find that we are multi-vendor. So our 3 or 4 friendlies these days, obviously Cisco and Juniper. Then we have Arista, who, as you know, are very, very orientated to being friendly to the NOG community, and they're very friendly with us as well, which is awesome. We have the MikroTik, and I might get a boo about this, but our 5th candidate for that friendly, Huawei. Oh, okay, good. Because, well, remember the map, guys? China's sitting there. It's like a third of our constituency via CNNIC. And Huawei's actually been quite nice to us. And it's actually not a common thing to get a router image from them and be able to set up a virtual lab. So we're pretty happy with that result. Stats. Ooh, so yes. I resisted the temptation of harvesting these statistics on April the 1st. I waited an extra 2 days, just in case, because I'm not sure I would want to go in and start talking about this with April the 1st stats, but I left it for a little while. So again, this is very worthwhile work from our research and development arm, who's sitting there. His name's Jeff. So this is important technical measurement of the internet, and it's all the things that we know and love, and we love to lambaste people about as well. So you can obviously see that we've got IPv6, RPKI, and of course DNSSEC there. So all things that we love talking about. The URL, stats labs apnic.net, very easy to find. So let's have a look. So that's a nice graph. Obviously, someone really got a tear on around 2017 on IPv6 in New Zealand, and then the growth there has been steady, but this is still behind world average. So, let's encourage each other to get more IPv6 out there. If you need to talk to someone about that, have a chat with me about doing a TAP. Okay, APNIC members get access to some coaching and mentoring for this sort of thing, so it'd be worth your while having a chat with us on that. And as you can see, there is a slight gap between capability and preference. So that will be explained later on. Round trip time differences. Now, Jeff, this is the most useful thing Jeff has on his site for me, because I'm always going and saying, why is the latency between V4 and V6 so different? What on earth are you doing to your V6 routing that it takes an extra 50 milliseconds or even an extra 100 milliseconds to get somewhere? Where's it going? Sydney? Singapore? Yeah, so we'll have a talk about that shortly. Oh, ROAs. Well, at APNIC, we tend to say that once ROA signs are sitting at 80% or above, it's mission accomplished. So we have our George Bush moment on the aircraft carrier and say, yep, that's done. So the good coverage, but there's a few laggards in New Zealand. Now, signing an ROA in our portal, okay, for a small to medium-sized ISP is a 5-minute job. If you need some help, just book a tap and we'll walk you through it. Maximum half an hour and you're done. It's very easy. Oh, validation. Now, Jeff and I have a theory that if the top 50 transit providers on the planet all do validation properly, that's 95% of the job done. But we're not seeing that much validation in New Zealand. Now, NZIX, EdgeIX, their root servers all do validation. So you're not going to be exchanging invalid routes at the IX. Good news. What about your upstream transit providers? What are they doing? Are they, handling valids and invalids and unknowns the right way? So ask questions. Ultimately, you want someone sitting there above you in that AS cone doing the right thing. Now, we've got Vocus, Mercury, and a few others here who are doing exactly what they need to do, but you need to encourage your other big providers. This is not something a little provider can do by themselves. You need to be very annoying with your account manager at your bigger provider, at your transit point, and say, hey, what are you or what's your transit provider doing about this? So more validation is very important. Now, there's a caveat here too. What we are seeing in routing security is people are validating, but they're also allowing that traffic to still go across their networks. So have a good think about your security posture for routing. Yeah, the BGP update comes in, oh, that's obviously invalid, throw it away. Then the traffic comes in from that address space and your network accepts it. Think about it. You may need to do something about what that invalid actually is in your routing table. DNSSEC. I'm not going to belabor the DNSSEC story here today because you've got Paul and you've got Jeff who will definitely roast you alive on this one today. In fact, I think Paul's going to be a good guy good cop, and Jeff will definitely be bad cop for you on the DNSSEC story. But everyone's doing DNSSEC in New Zealand, are they? Okay, I'll let the other guys answer this question for you. Let's do a compare and contrast. So, IPv6 performance. Yes, New Zealand is red on the right, meaning that you definitely have a V6 routing issue, okay, collectively in New Zealand. Things are going places for a bit of a scenic route. Probably Melbourne or Sydney, maybe worse, maybe Singapore. So I think this goes hand in hand with your lack of IPv6 deployment as well. So sitting at 30% and the round trip time sitting at 50 to 100 milliseconds longer than V4, okay, is an issue. Now, keep in mind, all your content providers are doing V6, all your big hosting providers are doing V6, all your international ISPs are doing V6. Time to get on the bandwagon, guys. Oh yes, and there's all these technical justifications as well. Yeah, I'm being facetious here, etc., 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 etc. I can talk about the technical argument for IPv6 all day long, but there's one very key economic argument. Let's see how you go buying more IPv4. Okay, so if you need a business case for upstream management in your organisation on getting a budget to deploy IPv6, just show them how much IPv4 costs and keeps costing, how much CGNAT keeps costing as well. I'm pretty sure once they do the MPV on that, they'll go, oh, actually, if we stop doing this and deploy IPv6 instead, we actually might save some money. Oh, yeah, adoption, well, you're not too really. It's not terribly far off world average. It's not awful, okay, but it could be better. Okay, it could go from 30% to 50% at some stage. Keep that in mind. Oh, I might go back one. Yes, that awfully red bit in PNG is their difference is 250 milliseconds. Their IPv6 goes to Europe and back. Don't do that here, please. And RPKI, well, ROA looks good, but ROV doesn't look good. So as I said, you've got 80% on your signed rowers, but not enough for you doing validation. Please do more validation. Oh, DNSSEC, yes, this is interesting. I'll let Jeff absolutely, do this one over very nicely later on today, but there's something interesting about what is happening with DNSSEC in New Zealand. Nearly 100% of your queries are asking for DNSSEC. I think it's about 4% of your queries are coming back saying, yeah, here's some DNSSEC. So you're all valid, you're trying to validate, but no one's actually providing you with anything to validate on most of the replies. It's a complete opposite problem of the ROA, ROV equation. Everyone's saying, yeah, I've signed my routes, but no one's actually bothering to validate them. So let's maybe give it a bit of a push, maybe start doing more signing of domain names, and let's do more validation in RPKI. Okay, so very easy to-do list, more V6. Let's fix this V6 routing issue you have here. It's very, very obvious from the stats that there is an issue, okay? Oh, the last one there's very facetious of me, I apologise, but yeah, don't break DNSSEC again. Paul's laughing, thank you, Paul. Awesome. That is the end of the slide deck, and I think we have 6 minutes for questions, or we can go to the next one.
So any questions for Terry at all? I guess from myself, Terry's talked quite a bit about the routing differences between IPv6 and IPv4, especially in New Zealand. I've definitely looked into routing problems where you see V6 taking a weird sort of path and all of that. And I guess the question to the room rather than Terry is how often when you see a weird V6 path is a certain electricity provider from the States involved in that path?
Name and shame.
And I guess if that's happening again and again and again, because I've seen it multiple times, like, do we need to tell that provider they're not actually doing stuff for the greater good and they're actually making things harder? I don't know, but there's obviously an issue out there and there's something making it bad, and that pops up to me a lot. Any comments on that from anyone?
Jeff is definitely going to comment on that for sure. No?
I was actually going to do the DNSSEC thing.
Okay.
The issue about routing is, in a dual stack world, All of your NOCs look at V4, none of them look at V6, users don't know what's going on. So a whole bunch of V6 problems just simply go unnoticed for years. And a number of providers here have had similar kinds of problems with their V6. And it takes a long time to actually zero down to a V6 kind of problem. The other issue about this is happy eyeballs fixes almost everything. You know, that if V6 is there, it'll use it as long as the DNS is there. But if it's a bit sluggish or slow, you just go to V4. No one notices. And so in many ways, that dual stack world that we kind of are slowly moving towards just papers over a whole bunch of problems and you just don't notice them, except for DNSSEC. And this is where my comment was, you know, DNSSEC is a really good idea, but carrying it over UDP is a terrible idea, and signing in advance is an even worse idea. The problem is that stuffing signatures into the DNS over UDP is just like stuffing, you know, elephants into a tiny little, you know, mouse cage. Failure is really prevalent, particularly with V6 and fragmentation. And when folk ask me, well, why doesn't google.com actually get signed with DNSSEC? And my answer is because the folk at Google know what they're doing. And the real issue is DNSSEC is not the underpinning of security for the internet. Like it or not, it's TLS. DNSSEC is an affectation that people use to beat each other around the head about why haven't you done it? But realistically, it doesn't actually do anything worthwhile. And the more you think about it, it's kind of, why do I hate my users? Why do I hate myself? Why do I sign this crap if only to get multi-day outages, .nz? Because we can't use it. We really can't. And there are so many ways you could go, if I had a reliable way of signing DNS answers and it worked in UDP, I could build blah, 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 blah. We haven't done it because we can't make it work in the DNS. And it's unlikely we're going to solve it. We could run DNS over TCP. That would actually reduce the DNS throughput by about 80%. In other words, the server that you're currently using to serve DNS, you know, answers, you'd need to buy 4 times the capacity, and no one's paying for queries. And so DNSSEC is stuck in this nowhere world of, it's a really good idea, but it doesn't work in practice. And nothing can fix that in the way we're currently looking at this system, other than using DNSSEC in different ways than in the DNS itself, which is a bizarre statement. So quite frankly, you know, DNSSEC is in a weird state of, why are you doing this to yourselves? Do you hate your life? You know, what's your problem? So yes, that's why I'm very reluctant to castigate anyone for going, we don't do DNSSEC. And I'm kind of going, yeah, you and Google, that's fine. So yeah, that's my view on it.
Any questions, comments from anyone else?
I was going to ask, is Reid still in the audience? Because we did name and shame, didn't we?
Anyway, thanks, Terry. That's great. Okay, so next up we've got Thomas from Flex Optic coming to stage, a long-term sort of NZNOG attendee and supporter, and he's talking about analysing network reliability up to 800 gig, I believe. Thank you, Thomas.
Perfect. Yes, I talk about 800 gig and network reliability. I haven't changed the topic yet. First of all, a big thank you to the organizers of NZNOG. It's a great venue. Actually, it was my first NZNOG here in Napier 2019. And this time I realized that there is the Napier Spa next to this venue, which is really great for people who are jet-lagged somehow. My name is Thomas Weibler, co-founder at Flex Optics and today's CTO as well. And the other half of Flex Optics founding is Marcus. He's sitting over there. And yeah, my topic is more about the technical side on the optical world, what happens on the transceiver side. And we did some funny things together with a colleague of mine, Gerhard Stein. He is our lead research engineer. We took the latest development, what we saw so far on the market on 400 gig and also 800 gig transceivers, and I come to that in a minute. And we used the latest generation of the Flexbox 5 we developed, and we actually built somehow a network analyzer or a traffic generator. But before we go there, there is a small intro and a recap. Some things might be familiar to you, which I presented last year on the coherence side. I will show a little bit about the bit error rate dependencies. Then we jump straight into the tests we did on distance and temperature. The temperature one is pretty hot. And then finally, I do a live demo to show you guys actually where are the dependencies and then some takeaways. So first of all, from last year, measuring link quality, what is it? There are two acronyms, the BER, the bit error rate, and the SNR, the signal to noise ratio. So the BER is mainly for the data communication people like you as a point of view, and the SNR is more for the communication transport people when they look on a fiber on the signal light or signal levels. So what is SNR? SNR, as a short recap, it's our desired signal, which you see there on the peak, and we have a lot of noise on the line as well. And we want to have as much margin as possible between the desired signal and the noise level. So when this margin is eaten up, so we have now 25 dB, when we go below 20 dB, it's not detectable any longer for the receiver if it's noise or if it's a desired signal. And as you can imagine, the signal to noise ratio, we have it on the electrical side, but also on the optical side, because a transceiver has two ends. One is facing the media and the other one is facing the host. They are the bit error rate and the SNR are tied to each other. So when the SNR is good, the bit error rate is good, and when the SNR is worse, for sure, the bit error rate will go crazy. Another recap, this was in 2019 actually, also here at NZNOG, when we first introduced the latest development on 400 gig transceivers, what's happening there, and 6 years ago, this tiny chip was introduced, the digital signal processor. So this DSP inside of the current transceiver generations does a lot of things, but the major one we want to look today is about the bit error rate and the OSNR, and it does also some forward error correction functions, or it has forward error correction functions. And so what we did then is, the great thing is that this digital signal processor, it can basically generate a full line rate bit pattern. So a 400 gig transceiver can generate 400 gig traffic, and also he has a checker implemented where he can check if there is a bit flip, and then the error count goes up. And the same applies to the OSNR, or to the signal to noise ratio. We can measure it with that DSP. So how did our setup look like? This is an open up Flexbox 5, so we removed the lid. You can see here 800 gig DR8 transceiver with all the fan out cables, and then we basically loop those. We run the generator and we check for the patterns if they are correct or not. And we needed a little bit of fan because everything got a little bit hot. We consumed roughly 21 watts. Pulled it out of the USB port. It was quite interesting. What did we test? We took a couple of transceivers. So we started with 100 gig. Why did we use 100 gig as well? Actually, the 100 gig development on the single lambda solutions is somehow an outcome of the 400 gig development. The 400 gig introduced the DSP. And then people said, hey, we can also use this technology with DSP to do 100 gigabit on a single lambda. So not 4 lambdas any longer, just a single lambda running at 100 gigabit, which is pretty great. For sure, we had a need to look at the coherent module, what's happening there. And then on the latest ones like QSFP 112, it has a different electrical setup. Instead of 8 lanes running into the transceiver, it's only 4 lanes, but on a way higher data rate, and 800 gig transceivers. I don't show all the results because this would last for a while. I just picked certain results we identified during those tests. And yeah, the setup looked straightforward. We took some coils or drums, each carrying 10 or 20 kilometers of fiber. For the next slide, what I'm going to show, we stick to the single lambda 100 gig transceiver. It's a 40 kilometer solution. And very important, we needed also to use some attenuators for the test setup we want to achieve. Why? We looked on the specs, so you have to transmit min max, and here the important one is the max one. So we are transmitting in the best case with up to 8 dBm, which is quite a lot. And on the receiver side, it's an APD receiver, so we don't want to overload it, because when we're going to overload it, we're going to break it. So we should never exceed -3 dBm. So this gives us roughly 11 dB of attenuation, which we need in any case. It doesn't matter which fiber we connect to. And then, depending on the length of the fiber, based on the calculation for 0.3.5 dB per kilometer on that wavelength, we were running it at 1310. We came to those conclusions, how much attenuation we needed. Now on the results. So we run the bit error rate tester straight out of the transceiver, run it for a certain time, and we measure the temperature and also where is the bit error rate. And there is this landmark in the upper level, 2.4 to the power of 10 minus 4. 10 to the power of -4, and for the future I only will say -4, -5, -10, because that's the easiest way for the bit error rate, and not the whole number, because it's pretty long typically. So this is defined by IEEE as the minimum requirement for a transceiver to achieve. When you go below it, then it's not okay any longer. And yeah, we got pretty nice results, and interestingly, for sure, the 2 meters jumper cable was pretty good, running at -4.5 something. And then the more attenuation, when you look on the RX side, we added, and the worst scenario was the 20 kilometer actually, because we added a little bit more attenuation, getting to the edge of the receiver sensitivity. You see the green line is really at the edge to the bit error rate of -4. And 50 kilometers was above that level. And when you look also at the RX power, we are below the receiver's minimum sensitivity already. So this was not a valid result any longer. But then we also identified some interesting jumps on those graphs, which you can see here where the question marks are. And then we looked deeper into that and said, hey, that's weird. Why does the bit error rate drops after a certain time or temperature? We weren't quite sure. And then we double checked with the people who developed the firmware, and they told us, hey, there is a lookup table in that firmware. And when the transmitter, when the eye actually closes a little bit down, we correct that with a lookup table. And then we will increase the performance of the signal. And therefore you see those jumps just because of the lookup table while the transceiver is operating. So in the real environment, this shouldn't happen actually, but in this scenario it happened to us, but it was not a problem. Okay, some words about the bit error rate. It's quite straightforward. So what is the bit error rate on the left side? It's a little bit of math. You take the numbers of errors you encounter and divide it by the overall number of errors you bits, so not errors, sorry, bits you transmitted in a certain period of time. And as errors occur, and for statistical reasons, we should not only take one error in account, we need a couple of them. And they are, due to Gaussian noise, they are distributed in a proportional density function, somehow over that range. And when we look at 100 errors, for example, at a speed of 100 gigabits per second, and you assume a bit error rate of -12, this gives you a gating time of roughly 16 minutes. So every 16 minutes, you might see an error, which is pretty good. Now, when the bit error rate gets worse, down to -4, for example, every 4 microseconds, an error can occur and can be detected. And this is important to know. When you look later on at error counters, how quickly actually they evolve. So errors are okay, they are expected, but basically how fast they show up and how fast the number is running away, this is the tricky part there. Okay, Then we moved on. We took the coherent module when coming now to the temperature section. This is a little bit more closer view without the lid. This is the coherent pluggable, also connected to the Flexbox. And then we placed a heatsink on top of it, on the housing itself. And the funny story here is actually it's from an old Cisco 800. We just took that heatsink there. A good friend of mine, he decommissions equipment in Frankfurt, and he does it in a really proper manner. He really separates every type of resources, and he gave us a bunch of heat sinks. So when you ever have equipment in Frankfurt area in Germany and you want to get rid of it, let me know. He does a proper job. You don't get a certificate, but he does it really basically for his own interest. There's a lot of interesting materials like gold and aluminum and so on, yeah. Okay, so the coherent one with the cooling, these are the results actually. The bit error rate is a little bit weaker, or a little bit not like we showed in the previous example to -4, -5. We are now at -2 actually, and that's a little bit different because you see it on the right corner there. The coherent module, which we used here, is defined by the Optical Internet Working Forum, and they give a different range for the bit error rate. And on the other side, coherent modules have the great advantage, not only using one property of light, they use a couple of properties, and therefore they can recover the signal way better than direct detection transceivers, which mainly rely on the amplitude. So we have on the coherent one the phase and the polarization as well. This module was running perfectly with cooling. Actually, we had to stop it after a certain time because we basically run out of power with the battery inside of the Flexbox. So yeah, and this test was running for 10 minutes roughly, and it looked pretty good. And we were able to go up to 60 kilometers. This time we didn't use any attenuators, we just used the drums. And what you really can identify is there is a relation between your bit error rate. So we go up to 60 kilometers. It is getting a weaker bit error rate. And this is also the value where you have the lowest receiver power actually. So we are at minus 20.9 dBm, which is close to the edge of where we have a loss of signal. So there is a relationship between the RX power and the bit error rate. And then for sure, it was a lab setup. We also wanted to test it without cooling, what's going to happen then, because we were very keen what's happening there. We were not able to run 60 kilometers any longer. The thing got way too hot. And it was after 2 or 3 minutes, the overall transceiver actually shut it down. We got at some values, but at the 65 degrees, the overall system rebooted. So these are not really values you can count on. And to say, well, yeah, the coherent modules, they need cooling, definitely. So when you get rid of cooling, there is an issue. The link will fail, basically. Okay. So the next one, what we did, so that's Gerhard, by the way. We were interested to see what's going to happen when we go over spec. So beyond 70, 80, 90 degrees, what's going to happen then? The first attempt we did was on the barbecue with a typical dryer, but actually we were not able to reach 80 degrees because of there are some physics things like thermal. I'm not that physics guy. So we had to use a heat gun up to 600 degrees to really feed in a lot of heat on that transceiver. We covered the Flexbox in aluminum foil because we don't want it to destroy the PCBs and stuff like that, because we used a lot of heat. And then we run the tests again and see what's happening. So how do they look like? So we did it in 4 stages. We run first a warm-up up to roughly 70 degrees. We still, then we stopped it. We kept on using the heat gun to put on more heat on it, and then we run it again to a maximum of 100 degrees. The third stage was 120 degrees, and then there was a cool down phase. But as you can imagine or can see, in that we reached 75 degrees, we got a high alarm, and then at roughly 80 degrees, we got a loss of signal. Although we kept on putting heat on it, the transceiver basically had a kind of a safety function to shut down the link because we were over exceeding the high alarm, to be honest. So in detail, this looks like this. We got at 73 degrees the warning and then moved on. But when it cooled down again, everything was back to normal. It was working fine. So we didn't broke it, we didn't damage it. It was running quite well. We did a second experiment, and that's also where the OSNR comes in place now. We run a test for a longer period of time. And the interesting part are those two spots there where we started the test, and then after roughly 10 minutes, we removed the cooler from, basically we removed it away from the transceiver. And while the bit error rate was still running, and when you look at the blue curve, it goes up a little bit, and it's the temperature and the bit error rate are running in parallel up to a certain spot at roughly 30 minutes at a bit error rate of -10. And then, and the OSNR gets a little bit worse to 23 dB, we added the cooler back. So the temperature suddenly dropped down again to 30 degrees. And interestingly, the bit error rate didn't recover. So the bit error rate stayed up there, and it took quite a long. Does anyone has an idea where this is coming from? Nope. Okay. Actually, it's about statistics. The bit error rate is a rolling average. And so we had at minute 30, we had a certain amount of errors. And at minute 35, they were still in that rolling average. So therefore, it took a little bit to recover back down to normal. Okay. That's now so far for the theory. We're pretty good in time. I want to actually show you now what we used here with the Flexbox. So I got a jumper cable to meters, got a transceiver plugged in. That's the Flexbox 5. And I will plug it in now to my computer. And I have to do it like this. And yeah, we run this on Python. If someone is interested in. On the Flexbox itself, we do have Lua as interpreter language. And with that transceiver monitor, we basically did all the tests. It takes a while to do the setup, so the transceiver is now booting, coming up, and we set up the bit error rate tester. And we get the first results now. On the left side, you see the temperature. It's getting warmer and warmer. There is no active cooling, but I do have a 100 gig DR1 here, so for 500 meters, and it takes roughly 4 watts, so shouldn't be a problem. The bit error rate is perfectly fine at -11, and we got an OSNR of 23, and the RX level roughly plus 1.65-ish, because it's jumping between 1.7 and 1.6. But it's more readout issue. And now, give it a little bit time to run it, that we get proper bit error rate values. And when we add now attenuation, and basically what I do, I bend the fiber, I do not more, you will see things happening where also the correlation is. So the RX power drops now because of I'm adding attenuation. I don't want to do it too much. And a little bit more maybe. You see the bit error rate slightly goes up now, and I'm adding a little bit more attenuation now. OSNR is still good, and now OSNR is making some effort, getting weaker. And now when I do a loss of signal, so basically I bend it very hard, then you will see the bit error rate goes up to -1, which is like, yes, there are a lot of errors. We are at the RX level of -20 dBm now. And interestingly, the OSNR jumps up to 30 dB and not to 0. So the 30 dB actually is what I would compare it with the RX level of -40 dBm. Okay, so that's not a proper signal any longer, the 30 dB of OSNR. So when I release my fireware again, the RX goes back to normal. OSNR also starts straight ahead. And the BR actually looks almost good. It takes a little bit now, but it should look, yeah, it looks good. Okay. And yeah, we can play around with it later on if you want to, but I think I'm going to stop it now. And finally, to summarize this, we also did a little bit above the edge. This time we didn't use a 100 gig transceiver, we just used an SFP plus 10 gigabit one, a single mode LR transceiver, and we wanted to look what's happening with a transceiver which doesn't have any BR function. We looped it as well on the optical side and looked at the temperature, and we heated it up. You can see on the right side, this was the Flexbox afterwards, so the connector was pretty much broken. We went up to 250 degrees. Interesting to see is at 128 degrees, we got weird values on the temperature. Totally out of spec, because the temperature implementation in the transceivers is a 2's complement of a signed integer, and then basically it flipped, so we got minus 120 degrees. These are no proper measurements any longer, and it was never specified for above 128 degrees in the positive way and also in the negative way. After that test, the transmitter was still working fine. Interesting is also to see that the transmitter output power dropped while it's getting very, very hot. And after that test, the signal was still able at 175 degrees. Then we got a loss of signal, and then the receiver was broken. So the receiver just reported garbage, and yeah, so this one actually didn't survive the test. Okay, takeaways. The first one is, yeah, 250 degrees is a little bit too much, but no. Bit error rate in general, when we compare direct detection transceivers with the coherent ones, the direct detection transceivers, they are mainly rely on the temperature and the fiber length, or the receiver sensitivity, or the receiver level. Very important when you look also in your gear, when you look at bit error rate, it is a rolling average, so not an instant snapshot. So be aware when you encounter errors, give it a little bit of time to settle it down. Otherwise, you might get false positives. And for the, let's say, higher data rate transceiver with a DSP inside, they have, there is not a lot of margin between the high alarm and the loss of signal. But this is not due to the fact that the signal will be lost. Actually, this is a security function of the firmware in the transceiver to shut down the transceiver when it's getting too hot. This saves basically the equipment. And yeah, the coherent modules are a little bit more ruggedized when it comes to bit error rate, because what I said previously, they take the benefit of not only having the amplitude, which they use to recover the signal or to detect the signal, they also have the phase and the polarization to do so. So the DSP is way more powerful to do the calculation there. And finally, yeah, for direct detection transceivers, the bit error rate is basically what you want to look for when you, as a network engineer, operate your equipment. You don't have to take care about the OSNR that much, because they basically run in parallel. So when you look at the bit error rate of your links, you should be fine. That's it from my side, and I'm happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So you mentioned that these SFPs have forward error correction on them. Yep. Do you have a way of monitoring how hard that forward error correction is working?
For the coherent modules, I do have figures. So they operate at roughly 60 gigabaud. And the overall data we need is 52. So the 8 gigabaud, which we add on top of it, is all for the forward error correction.
Okay. But I mean, how often that's actually being used to correct an error? Is there a counter on that?
No, I'm not aware if there is a counter. What I know is it's always in place and it's always needed. So the errors are taken in consideration that they are there.
Yeah. Thank you.
Welcome.
Any more questions? No, that looks it. Thank you, Thomas.
Welcome.
Okay, so we've got one last talk before the morning tea break. So next up we've got Daniel Hutchins from Sienna, and he's going to be talking about passive optical networking.
Can you hear me? I can't hear myself, so that's fine. Yeah, Daniel Hutchins. I'm a business development manager with Sienna, and this is a follow-up to the Chorus session yesterday from Brent, where this is going to be the next wave of what Chorus will be doing in a few years' time. So this will be the real fibre boost. Last time I was in New Zealand was my 30th birthday, and I was putting a PDSN, so packet gateway, into the Telecom New Zealand labs in Wellington. I don't quite recall the bandwidth we were getting through the packet network then, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't much chop compared to these days. And what we'll talk about now is, to me, reasonably astonishing of where the industry is going and what we'll have in a few years' time. So Sienna's marketing team kindly agreed to help sponsor this event with some persuasion from myself and a few other people who worked more on the IP side of the company, IP and broadband side of the company. If you'd like some merchandise or any follow-up from Sienna, if you can take a picture of this QR code. I've only got the one QR code through, not the prevalence of QR codes. But if you'd like some merchandise or even just register, it would help our marketing team feel happy that it was worth helping with this event. And then hopefully we can continue to sponsor, because it is obviously a very important event to get everyone together about how we keep moving the internet forward. So if you'd like some merch or just help out with marketing feeling happy, that would be great. I'll give just a second to do that one there. The QR code is throughout in the top corner as well if you change your mind. My build is not very good here. All right. So I was very fortunate. I spent quite a few years at the other 5-letter C-word vendor, and I worked with, I guess, a legend of the industry, at least for the DOCSIS side of the world, John Chapman. And he published an article last year, which mentioned his three laws of broadband. And I know there's some historians in the room, these dates might be a little bit out, so sorry if you've been doing some research on exact things here, but he has 3 laws that he talked about in his article. So essentially, that the internet speed will speed up 1,000 times every 20 years. So if I go back to my 20 years ago, I was last in New Zealand, it's probably about that, that or more. So if we looked at 1980, we were down in a few bits per second, and then we're projecting 2020 we have a gigabit, and then we go up to terabits in the 2040s. And of course we have people talking about 1.6 tera already on the optical side. We expect 800 gig to become prevalent on the pluggables and Ethernet side in the next few years, but everyone's now working towards 1.6 tera, so this might happen sooner. The core obviously then has to keep up with the internet speeds we're offering. So obviously it's very common now. 2010 we started deploying 100 gig. If we play that forward to this law, so what really John's law would say by 2030 is we'll be having 100 gig will come down to be the typical internet speed that we can offer to residential subscribers. And the other piece that you'll note is suppliers, so vendors and startups, keep on innovating around technology. So we might believe that what we have is good enough for our markets and what we're doing today, but the vendor community will keep on innovating and finding new innovations and ways to deliver new technology faster and cheaper. And I think, sorry, I forgot the gentleman's name from Flex Optics, but mentioned, the happy accident of 400 gig was we got single lambda 100 gig, which is, again, cheaper, same speed, but cheaper to deliver. So the industry keeps on innovating. John's claim is that, as higher ARPUs being delivered out of gigabit Ethernet speeds on the access. My research was a little bit like, the ARPUs are going up, but not as fast as inflation. So yes, the ARPUs are going up, but it's not actually, honestly, really driving for the telcos necessarily more overall profit, but the industry keeps going this way regardless. So a recap of PON. Like I said, I've only been in space for a couple of years, but did spend quite a bit of time on cable in my earlier years. It's somewhat similar, but simpler, I'd say. So a quick recap for those who don't know anything about it. Typically we always have, at the head end of the exchange, this could be an exchange or in a data center or in a street cabinet, a piece of equipment called an OLT. So this is the head end and the smarts of the passive optical network. Pretty much it has all of the control, it does all of the configuration and management of the whole system from the OLT. Between the OLT and the subscribers, we have the ODN, so this is the optical distribution network. This is basically a single fiber that gets run through to the premises where we want to deliver our optical service or passive optical services. And then we make use of passive splitters to split out that fiber to be able to drop to wherever we want to drop the fibers to. And then at the premise where we want to drop the service, we have the ONU or the ONT. I use them interchangeably. I know it's technically not correct, but that's just me. But essentially, wherever we want to deliver the service, we have the ONU to provide the termination. What's interesting here, again, is that the OLT controls everything. So it provides, it uses a TDM mechanism to transmit to the downstream ONUs. So all of the ONUs see all of the data, but based on the way they're built is they ignore traffic for time slots they're not supposed to see. And we also use encryption such they can't see things. If someone puts like a rogue ONU on the system or whatever, they can't decrypt the traffic. The other piece is in the upstream direction is the OLT gives a grant to the ONU. When the ONU wants to talk, it knows when it can talk because the OLT is telling it when it can talk. So everything, really, all the smarts is at the OLT side, which is good, makes it all secure, easy to provision. And I think Chorus mentioned it yesterday, there's a protocol called OMCI that's used to provide the management and provisioning from the OLT down to the ONU, which is an open standard, which is so open that every vendor implements differently, therefore it doesn't really work properly in all cases, as we seem to find in the field, but nice and open. But one of the challenges, I think, for the industry is to, and I know there's a push to try and solve vendors all behaving correctly within OMCI and having a bit more of an interoperable environment around it. So that's the quick recap on PON. I'm not sure if anyone's got any from Chorus want to add, but that's my quick recap. So why are we doing PON? Obviously, I've worked on other technologies. Like I said, I worked a lot on DOCSIS. I think the technology itself was good, but the actual the work on the cable plant was incredibly complicated and very difficult for people to scale bandwidth and deliver high value data services on it. I'm quite privileged in Australia. I helped put in DOCSIS 3 into Telstra's environment, and now years later after the NBN, I'm one of the people that can't get off of HFC because they love HFC so much in the NBN, so I've reaped my own rewards. But in terms of PON going forward, PON is much cheaper than many other access technologies. The ONUs are pretty cheap, a commodity item in lots of cases. The plant itself, while it's expensive to install, the fibre plant is, once it's in, it's there, it's all passive. The maintenance is very simple, not much to look after compared to active networks. So that's a good benefit for operators. Also in PON, we are taking advantage of technology that may be developed on the Ethernet or optical side, leveraging that laser technology and then reusing it in a different way to make PON systems actually operate better. And of course, more lasers is cooler, so that's good. PON is quite simple compared to other technologies, which means it can be cheap and simple to operate again, so reusing TDM and TDMA principles. So while we are trying to move things forward in terms of higher speed technologies, we're also trying to keep it simple. But worth noting, our customers I talk to, there are improvements on encryption. So I think we're starting to see quantum computing and people concerned about what's going to happen with quantum. So I get questions from customers now about when in PON are we going to be quantum safe and what's the underlying technology we'll do that with. We have needs for PKI and also symmetric bandwidth. I noticed Chorus yesterday would be interested, is not offering symmetric today for, I think just probably for residential services. It looked like it for business services is available. On the Sienna side, we are all focused on symmetric services. That's kind of a focus for the company. And we're also seeing quite a bit of interest in use cases beyond residential broadband. So mobile operators are looking at this. I think there was the use case yesterday from Chorus around timing as a service across the PON infrastructure. I've been engaged with a few government departments locally and even up to Singapore who are looking at PON through government buildings and into military camps and other places like that. So there is interest and use of this technology outside of fibre to the premise. And I think as the speeds get higher and the cost comes down, people may start to look at it for very different use cases. This is quite a busy chart. What we're trying to do here is just talk about the current generations of PON technology that are being deployed. Worth mentioning, there's an ITU track, which is what Sienna looks at and where our standardisation work happens. There was an IEEE track for EPON, which we saw heavily deployed through Asia, but in terms of just at least what Sienna's working on going forward is the focus is on the ITU standardisation, those sorts of tracks. So I think, again, in Australia, I know New Zealand is ahead of us on these things, but GPON is the prevalent technology still being deployed, which offers 2.5 gig down shared to all the subscribers on the fibre and 1.25 gig up. And then moving forward to 10 gig, and I believe this is probably largely deployed. It looks like I was looking at Chorus's website in New Zealand, or heavily deployed. I don't know the splits, but 3 versions of 10 gig PON from XG-PON 1, NG-PON 2, and XGS-PON. So XGS-PON being 10 gig for the X, or 10G, XG, and then S is for symmetric. That has been standardized for quite a few years now, and now we're seeing the industry moving to 25 gig. What I've mentioned here is a 25 gig symmetric PON service, so 25 gig up and down. There is other vendors who are of course looking at just 25 gig down with a lower upstream capacity. But this has all been standardized and I'd say in early deployment and trials around the globe. So this is kind of where standards are at for what is being deployed now. And we'll talk about the other standards in a few slides, but obviously there's a lot of noise around 25 gig, 50 gig, and what this talk is about is 100 gig PON service, which is what Sienna's focused on. So after me moaning about being stuck on HFC forever in Australia, in terms of PON adoption, pretty much I would say any customer I talk to has GPON deployed, and people are in various stages of either have deployed or will be deploying XGS-PON. I think depending on who I talk to, particularly again in my country where I live, Australia, cost is still higher for XGS-PON versus GPON, significantly so. I personally would think over the course of a 10-year deployment cycle, it's not huge, but people, at least in Australia, the smaller players at least, are still deploying GPON, but XGS-PON is starting to gain traction. Again, in my market where I live, once the NBN fully actually goes to XGS-PON, everyone else will have to, but because they're XGS-PON ready, until they go, no one else has to. So that's kind of starting to happen, but it's a bit slow in Australia, I think. But I think in New Zealand, probably already there. So what's next in terms of standards? So as I mentioned, there's a lot of noise in the industry. Obviously I work for a vendor, but I see other vendors making noise as well. 50 gig PON is standardized and starting to gain traction for vendors and operators who are interested in it. And interestingly, with 50 gig PON, it's 50 gig down, but there are 3 options for the upstream capacity. So this could be 12.5 gig, 25 gig or 50 gig on the upstream, depending on your specific requirements when you're deploying it, and again, cost and price points about what you want to be deploying. 100 gig PON is where Sienna is focused, and others are looking at. So this is the next generation of very high speed technology innovation. And there's a couple of tracks here. So Cable Labs has an involvement with 100 gig CPON, but also there's work going through ITU. And Sienna, this is where we are focusing, and really I think that's a core competency of the company is coherent laser technology, something Sienna thinks is quite good at on optical systems. So the idea is to leverage that to build higher speed coherent technology into PON platforms. So anyone who works in this space would know if you have deployed GPON and then you're trying to deploy XGS-PON over the top, you can do that. So you can have a GPON system running across your ODN, and then you can overlay on top of that XGS-PON or other technologies. And this is all about the spectrum. So today, PON systems operate in the O-band spectrum. This is this busy chart on the left here. But what you can see here is GPON is deployed in this, I don't know if this pointer actually works. I'm probably going to turn the whole presentation off at the top. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, so you can see here in the upstream, GPON is in this grey band here. And if you want to deploy XGS-PON, you can reuse the same fibre and overlay XGS-PON on the same fibre. So that's all good. And you can see there are other, for 25 gig PON on the upstream, we've actually got 3 bands defined. So depending on what you currently have deployed, if you want to put a 25 gig service over the top for certain customers, you can do that as long as you can manage trying to fit into the spectrum here. So that's all good, but as we move forward, once we've deployed multiple layers of technology and we haven't necessarily decommissioned everything, then it becomes increasingly difficult to manage the spectrum in the O-band. In 100 gig CPON, what has been identified is 2 bands in the C and L band. These are not bands that are typically used in the access. So there are some spectrum identified here. Basically what it means is we will be able to operate coherent PON technology on the same ODN in completely different spectrum. You can leave all your existing services alone, but still go to the newer generation of technology when it's available, but without ripping out your fibre, which I'm sure you're reasonably happy not to have to do that if you ever want to adopt this. So that's a benefit of using coherent technology, is we can go into a different band and you don't have to worry about all of your existing deployment. So this slide has a lot of information on it. I think a really key one is the top right. The simplified version of this is in terms of the costs for the OLTs and ONU equipment. We expect for 25 gig, there'll be maybe a 25 to 50% uplift on the costs to deploy that technology versus the price point of XGS-PON today. So it's a very similar technology with some enhancements, but it's not hugely more expensive than XGS-PON. I'm sure if you ever talk to me, you'll tell me it's too expensive and I have to do better, but that is kind of where it is. It is a similar technology. 50 gig and 100 gig are utilising much more complex technology. Our product management basically assessed 50 gig, and while it's a technology we're looking at, we kind of looked at what would it take in terms of costs of the components to jump to 100 gig, and we don't think there's a huge difference. So 50 gig, we're kind of saying it's maybe 5 times the cost of XGS-PON based on current componentry cost today, and maybe 6 times for 100 gig coherent. So I guess the thinking is if we just do a bit more development first, we can hold on a bit longer to deploy the technology, we solve a bunch of other problems, and price-wise it's not going to be dramatically more expensive, although what it is 6 times more than today, right? So it's not like you're going to use it for every use case. One of the other pieces we saw here, so we want to solve some other problems when we go to CPON. One of the pieces that I wasn't aware of until doing some research with our R&D team for this presentation, and is that when a new ONU comes online today and starts ranging, there's actually a small traffic interruption. This is because all of that ranging is happening in-band. In CPON, we're trying to solve that by having an out-of-band channel to do the ranging. So this means that when a new ONU ranges and comes online, we should not see any interruption today. I think it's about, depending on your fibre length, maybe 250 milliseconds today. But that will be solved. We can reuse existing ODN. Another interesting piece with this technology, it will truly be 100 gig. So I've talked to a few customers about 10 gig for enterprise use cases, but actually what you get, because you have to turn on error correction or FEC, is you actually get maybe 8.7 gig through the XGS PON system. For enterprise, customers want to sell a full 10 gig service. In 100 gig CPON, we will be super rated, so actually we will deliver 100 gig. We're running 115 gig, but we'll deliver a true 100 gig service over the top of this as well, which will be good for enterprise or other use cases that you want to do. I should also mention latency. So again, modeling in our R&D team is that latency, especially in the upstream, will be dramatically different to existing technology over lots of different lengths of fiber. That would also help with enterprise and mobility use cases that people are interested in doing. And largely, sorry to mention, when I mentioned already the use of the C-band is crowded, we won't have that problem going forward. So the other important piece of information for PON is the link budget. So we are modelling a 35 dB link budget for coherent PON technology, and this will potentially, if you wanted to, fundamentally change how you deploy not just the PON technology itself, but your ODN, depending on your use cases and what you're trying to do. There's two options, or both of these can be done, is the number of splits. So if you took a typical 20 kilometre max reach for a typical PON deployment, we are saying we should be able to reach 256 splits. But typically we see up to 64 today. Most people are doing sort of 32-way splits. We will see up to 12 kilometres, about 512 splits being feasible. So that's, if you want to have if you have problems with density and you have to deploy lots of OLTs today, you will be able to do many, many more splits over the same ODN that you're using today. The other potential benefit is range. So because we have much more link budget, is potentially we can bring the OLT equipment much further back and much further away from locations we're trying to reach. Again, depending on the number of splits you want to do, the current modelling is up to 96 kilometres with low splits, maybe 4 splits. But if you bring it back a little bit, you can get, maybe something viable for you, like 16 splits at a decent range compared to what's possible today. And so if you think about that, I was looking, where I live in Melbourne, and the number of NBN sites where the PON is deployed, like literally they could have deployed all of it in one data centre in the middle of Melbourne and just brought back every single fibre if they wanted to, right, with this newer technology, if it had been available. So that might change how you build your ODNs if you are doing new deployments, if you are interested in this technology. This is also an interesting piece because we're using coherent technology. The other benefit here is we don't actually only get 100 gig. We are looking at using fixed lasers, but smart people muck around with the amount of power that will be fed into the laser. So we essentially will get something like a DWDM system running over the top of CPON. So we'll actually get 4 by 100 gig over the same ODN. And it's not a tunable laser, but it's actually just changing, I think, the heat and amount of power that's fed into the laser will subtly change the spectrum it's using beyond my brain. I'm not even less physics guy than you are. So but we'll get 4 by 100 gig. So if you think about what that would do on your ODN, right? You could, if you wanted to, you could have one piece of the spectrum just for your residential broadband, one for mobility customers, or however you want to segment it, or you could just give 4 by 100 gig across to whoever you want to, however you choose to use it. But I think that's like just completely mind-blowing in terms of just the capacity that would be possible with this technology. So I know you all want to throw purchase orders at me now to get this wonderful technology. So 25 gig is coming to market now. People are trialing it. Some people are starting to deploy it. I am told, again, my product management team might be optimistic, but I'm told we're hoping to have the chip for the OLT and ONU in 2026, and really deployments, maybe early trials to start in 2027 for this technology. Obviously, there'll be a ramp up of us reducing costs on the supplier side, people getting familiar with the technology and finding use cases and then starting to deploy it. So 2027, maybe 2028 to actually have something deployable, and we'll see how that plays out as development goes along. We can expect, of course, higher speed PON will drive potentially new use cases for PON, but this will put stress on other parts of the infrastructure as a result. So if you are an RSP running a BNG, you might expect bigger traffic spikes during fortnight upgrades. I think I was just looking, I think the average fortnight upgrade is 50 gig today. I think that's like 7 minutes to get over an XGS PON service. If you have all of the capacity to yourself, it will be like 40 seconds for on a CPON connection. So you can see that's just going to put, basically your peaks are going to be even bigger if you deploy this sort of technology. So it puts stress on your BNG and potentially more impact on your backhaul networks because you've got to take this bandwidth off of the PON and put it onto the internet or into the CDNs. Again, coherent PON isn't the be all and end all. There are lots of viable use cases for XGS PON and 25 gig PON today. I mentioned I'm seeing use cases in enterprise now, people looking at ripping out their active Ethernet, not many, but a few inquiries about ripping out active Ethernet switches on each of their floors and running PON through their buildings. Mobile backhaul, we're getting some interest. I think if you look in the UK, they're trying to shut down lots of legacy exchanges in the UK because the PSTN is gone, but they still need places to be able to deploy mobility services and mobile backhaul from, so this is a good use case. And even the data center, so Sienna is working with one of the US hyperscalers who are deploying PON, XGS PON through their data centers, and their use case is actually for out-of-band management of their servers. So they looked at their OOB network, the amount of fiber they run, the amount of Ethernet switching they run, and basically said that PON would be a better way of potentially solving their out-of-band management solution just for density of just basically save cost and remove stuff from their racks and have it all run from a PON. So we'll start to see more use cases as people get more familiar with this technology. If you are interested, I failed to create a QR code for this one, but we just released a joint white paper late last year with Google Fiber on that path to 100 gig. So if you are interested, there is some literature that you can read, or you can obviously reach out and ask us any questions that you have. But it's a good paper, and of course Google has infinite money, so we're very interested to work with them. So thank you. I don't know if there's any questions. If not, you can have a chat to me, or sorry, if there are questions, do it now or offline, or if you just want to get some merchandise, here is your last chance here. Hey.
Hey, Brent here from Chorus. Don't want to pass up the opportunity you gave me when you mentioned that this is a real big fibre boost. We're actually trialling 25 gig PON with a real customer down south, and I have a 25 gig PON ONT here. If anyone wants to see and touch it, feel free. But an actual legitimate question. So external coexistence, is that likely to be the way forward? Because it kind of opens up, I feel, the ability to go multi-vendor if you have to coexist externally anyway.
So be some sort of, assuming some sort of combiner to do the data signals, I think it'll be external. I mean, I know you're not working with us today. I know there's some new combiner technology or coexistence element technology Sienna's working on, and I think filed some patents around to make this come to market, so we can interwork with existing vendors. Obviously, everyone has other vendors deployed, and there's when I talk to customers, there's every vendor, so that will be part of it for sure. Yeah. Thank you for the question. Is that 25 gig symmetric or just symmetric? Okay, cool. Thank you. No other questions?
Hey, no other questions? Cool. Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you.
So thank you, everyone. That brings us to the end of our morning session. So behind me, there's going to be morning tea, there's energy drinks from AWS, Red Bulls, there's coffee from Searchlight. Just one thing I'd mention is in your swag bags, our sponsors have supplied sort of mini gifts, and I think in there is a smart bottle or 2 smart bottles. They'll have batteries in, so just bear that in mind when you're checking in luggage or carrying on luggage and all of that. Anyway, morning tea time behind me. Enjoy, and we'll see you back here at 11 o'clock. Thank you.
Kia ora, everyone. I hope everyone got some coffee and is ready for the next session. It's my great pleasure to invite my colleague Paul Radford on stage, and he will walk us through the .NZ DNSSEC incident, post-incident recovery and improvement.
Kia ora koutou. I'm Paul, a senior sysadmin at Internet NZ. I haven't actually presented here since 2011. I can't hardly believe it, but it's been quite a while. If you want to go back and see an old video, what age does to people. So I'm here to walk you through some of the improvements we've been making since our DNSSEC incident in May 2023. So what can you expect? First of all, a brief summary of our DNSSEC incident and the resulting pressures that came with it. What we're doing to recover, both organisationally and technically. And finally, our progress in monitoring key rollovers has led to a system that we believe has new features that are not seen elsewhere. But first, I'd like to ask a simple question, as you can see here. Some people here will be running DNS servers, and how many of you could actually answer, I do know, to this question? Unless, of course, you're working for Cloudflare or Google, running a quad something worldwide anycast service and combing over the data for insights or marketing profiles, then you really do know exactly what your DNS server is doing because it's your revenue stream. But first, the inevitable terminology slide. Hope nobody's groaning about it. All of them, except the last two, are exclusively from DNSSEC. Don't mind the size of the bullet points, that's a last-minute PowerPoint conversion, so yeah. First of all, the key signing key, a public-private key pair, which is only used to sign other keys. And at Internet NZ, we traditionally rolled these keys every year. Next, we have the zone signing key, which is another public-private key pair used to sign the contents of the zone itself, and specifically the RRSIG records that are further down on that list. Currently, we're rolling these keys every 3 months. Next, DNS key, which is just a term to refer to the public key side of both the KSK and the ZSK key pairs. It's a way of referring to both of those things while using only one generic term. Next, the DSs, which allow us to have the interzone hierarchy that you can see there on the right. The DSs themselves are just assigned one-way hash of the key signing key in the zone beneath it. So they're the way of linking the zones together. The RRSIGs, they're signed by the ZSK, as I mentioned before, and provide the cryptographic signature for all of the records, but kind of bunched up in a zone. So you'll get one RRSIG for the A records in a zone, you'll get another one for the NS records, the name servers, and so on. It's a kind of way of breaking up the signing burden. These things do actually have an expiration in them, a time-based expiration. So every DNSSEC operator has to keep pushing new zones before the RRSIG expires. If they just forget about it, their zone will stop validating because the RRSIGs will expire. Authoritative DNS, a DNS service that answers queries from a complete zone file that it knows about. So it will only answer queries for zones it is configured for and knows all the information about. And a recursive DNS service is a service that accepts queries from clients, will ask other servers on behalf of the client, then gives the reply back and keeps the answer in its cache, almost always. So, our DNSSEC incident, which has been mentioned today already, it has been covered in great detail before, so I'm not going to repeat that. I'll try to keep it brief. It was covered last year at NZNOG 2024. There is an independent report available on our site if you want to really get all the details. But in summary, in May 2023, we had an interaction between our signing policy and our record TTLs that caused many validating, caching recursive servers to stop validating DNS results for .nz, mostly for several hours, but possibly for up to 2 days. It was the first time we'd had such an outage. It was actually the worst known outage in our history. But we were well supported by the technical community here in Aotearoa, many of whom may be here today, of course, and who issued manual commands to their DNS resolvers to clear the cache that they were running. And that helped us immensely. The best estimate is that during our incident, up to a peak of around 5% of DNS queries were failed. Of course, unfortunately, top-level domain DNSSEC problems are quite common. They actually occur on a weekly to monthly basis globally. The Australian TLD, the Australian one, .au, had one in March of 2022. So we are not alone here. There's been big incidents in Fiji as well, for instance. So, first of all, here's our initial state for our incident. On the left, we have a fairly standard DNS server that you might find in any business or ISP. It has a cache in its server memory used to hold results until they expire. And that expiry is governed by the time to live, the TTL. The cache is there to improve performance and reduce unnecessary query load to the servers that it's querying. Why ask 10 times for the same result if you've already got it? So, this is T-minus 2 hours before our incident. The Recursive server does some queries to look up a.co.nz and get the necessary records to do DNSSEC validation of the result. And all of that is cached for at least 1 day, because that's what our TTL was. That's the record time to live on the cache there. So here, everything is fine. The DSs hold the correct hashes of the DNS keys in the zone beneath them, and so on and so on. Everything's going well here. And this is all coming from zone serial 1 over there. I've got some very abbreviated zone serial numbers here. But then, suddenly, everything changed. We published .nz DNS zones with entirely new chains of trust. What should have taken several days, maybe even a week, for all the new DS records to get distributed around, the old ones to expire out of caches from everybody's recursive resolver, it all happened far too fast. And what we can see here, if you go across from 1, 2, and 3, there's an hour gap between them, is that the chain of trust between zone serial 1 on the left and zone serial 3, only 2 hours later, is completely different. There are new keys and signatures in zone serial 3, so there's new DNS keys, new DSs, that don't exist in zone serial 1, and all the old keys and signatures are gone as well. I should, of course, note we push zones a lot more frequently than this. We don't number them this way. It's all just for making it clear. Let's cut off on the bottom there. So, T-minus 0. Suddenly, any internet user looking up b.org.nz through a caching, validating recursive DNS server effectively saw a broken internet. When that DNS server got around to wanting the DS records for .nz, as it tried to validate that trust chain that goes down between the zones, in this case, the .nz and org.nz zones, its own cache said, nah, I got you. You don't need to look that up. And it served up the still cached DS record that it had, valid for 1 day, but of course we're only 2 hours in after that was first gone, so it's still in the cache. And that contained the old hash for the old DNS key. But the trust chain that signed the new org.nz and b.org.nz records was just that. It was entirely new. Where's this pointer? No, that's the pointer there. Yeah. Oh, it's all the way over there. Yeah, okay. So basically, this DS here in green did not sign this or this, and it certainly didn't sign that. But it's still living there in the cache, hasn't expired yet. Now, of course, the RFCs that we all live our lives by specify that records in a DNS cache must expire after their time to live. Here set to 1 day. But on the other hand, best practice for us as a DNS authoritative operator is to wait at least twice that TTL before we assume expiration from some caches, from all caches. But some recursive DNS servers continue caching even longer than that, perhaps for optimization or they're just being stupid. And Jeff knows all about this sort of thing and has talked about it before. But we never saw any effects of DNS caching in our monitoring. We had zero visibility of the effect of a recursive DNS cache. We only saw our monitoring of the authoritative zone, not from recursive resolvers. So that's been covered. How do we move on? We found ourselves with two very different priorities kind of pulling us in different directions. First was our return to normal operations. That meant resuming best practice key rollovers, really. Our key rollovers had been paused since the incident, and we needed to resume regularly rolling our keys. Like I mentioned before, we traditionally roll the KSK every year, and we traditionally roll the ZSK every 3 months. By not rolling those keys, we were possibly inviting cryptographic attack. Maybe. The freeze also meant that we were unable to do the work we'd planned on introducing modern algorithms that reduce the size of our answers to DNS queries. So there certainly was pressure to get moving again. And then that was tugging against the incident must never happen again. This is the inevitable organizational and community pressure to ensure that our processes, our procedures, and our tooling were all in place to prevent a recurrence. This competes against the first point because the more time we spend being careful, the less time we can spend on introducing changes. It's basically a classic speed versus quality trade-off we're facing here. More specifically, we couldn't sensibly return to normal operations without first establishing confidence in what we were doing. That meant improving our systems to follow those best practices I mentioned before. Testing, breaking, fixing, testing, documenting, more testing, and went on and on. So, therefore, when normal operations resumed, our systems were not the same as they were before, either in the tooling or the monitoring. Things had really changed. And DNS is fiendishly complicated. Anticipating the problems you might hit means you spend time coming up with 1 million possible scenarios. And then you just try to work out what is most likely. You can't deal with all of them. You just try to make an educated guess. What is highly likely is that no organization around the world runs DNSSEC in quite the same way. It's a standard, or multiple standards, but without any standardized implementation. That means a high degree of variation across organizations across the world, not only in implementation of the zone signing process, but also everything around it, everything surrounding that process, the pipeline as many places call it. In fact, when we consulted with several other CCTLD organizations about how they did DNSSEC, and maybe whether it was safe to twiddle a particular knob like deep down in the open DNSSEC signing software, literally nobody had the confidence to kind of look us in the eye and say, sure, yes, you can do that. Nobody was willing to stake anything on whether that would work for us or if it would not cause more problems. People tend to stick to their own sign-in config, whatever it is, as soon as it works, and then it gets set in stone, and then they never touch it again. Changing it becomes a high-risk, low payoff activity. Like, why do it? So, the procedures, processes, and tooling we had to look at. Our old technical procedures were used on the basis of, it worked for me, it worked before, keep doing it. I'm sure a lot of people are very familiar with this process. We had to do it better. Our organizational processes for dealing with problems that we had were ad hoc, if they even existed, simply because there hadn't been a problem of this scale before. And much of our organization wasn't actually concerned with the technical side of DNS and DNSSEC. Our tooling had minimal automation, and we only monitored for problems we considered our responsibility. It was a mindset of, we do authoritative DNS, monitor that, do that. And all of this led us to think that we needed better automation, not necessarily more automation. Automation should play a supporting role in these mission-critical tasks, because too much automation can lead to a lack of familiarity with the underlying components. What you can end up with is a situation where only the person who wrote the automation knows what's going on, and then they quit, and then nobody knows what's going on, do they? Just run the playbook and hope it works. If it doesn't, so those processes and procedures that I just mentioned, they work around human failings, such as surgical or aviation checklists in other industries. Who here would want to be operated on by a surgeon who ignores their checklists, or fly home today on a plane where the pilots do the same thing? However, there are the technical problems that require technical solutions. Primarily, kind of a weird one during our DNSSEC incident, which was we always produced valid DNS zones that were consistent and valid in themselves. It doesn't seem like a technical problem, does it? But that's what we were monitoring for. We weren't monitoring whether those valid zones we produced were then declared invalid by other DNS servers out in the world used by the public. You see, it doesn't matter if our zone is all perfectly valid and signed and everything, if the DNS answers from it conflict with what's already in the resolver's cache, like I showed before. And all of our monitoring is focused on that kind of concern, held back when DNSSEC was first implemented, for us back around 2010. And those concerns are, is the zone internally consistent, valid, and correct? We were obsessed with these things. We were obsessed with the OpenDNSSEC software's possible edge cases and problems. What's the CASP-DB doing? All these other things. That's what everybody was worried about when DNSSEC came in, that zone signing would break and then people would yell at us. When it was brand new, that of course was going to be the perspective. So, making progress and increasing awareness. How do we come up with an actual technical solution? Just run some recursive servers, we said initially. Well, why not, right? We'll look at those. It actually only works for production. Earlier today, we've heard that having extra keys stuffed into packets makes things, who wants huge reply packets to things? Well, if we wanted to have a good testing system that would give us visibility of things, we would have to add 2 more signing chains. We already had 2, that would make 4, to cater for a staging environment. And we'd be expanding all of our DNSSEC replies by a corresponding amount. Nobody wants 2,000 byte replies, do they? It's not going to fit. Everything's going to have to fall back to TCP requests. It's going to be bad for latency. And why should all real-world validators have to fetch 4 signing chains when they'll only ever use 2? We're burdening the world, the world that looks at .NZ, with stuff for our testing environment. So we didn't do that. Instead, we adopted the concept of the DNS fake route. And we've adapted several tools from external sources for running our own setup for this, including full DNSSEC signing and DNS recursive caching for both our production and staging environments. So this is kind of what it looks like. It's quite simple conceptually. We drew heavily on inspiration from the work done by the Dutch registry organisation, SIDN, and we embarked on creating this system here. And I have to mention that credit particularly goes actually to our DNS specialist, Felipe Barbosa, for a lot of the concept work on this and the practical work. Each fake route environment is deployed with automation, currently on a single VM, 1 per site, per registry environment. Everything else is run in Docker containers on that VM. And the name, of course, fake route gives it away in that on that fake route container there, we have a fake route key. It's not the one that IANA uses, it's one we made up. So we just substitute the ICANN/IANA root key that is signed by trusted community representatives, formerly people like Andy Linton, who many will remember. But we replaced all that with our own key, and we make that key sign the DS hashes for the .NZ zone. So we have a completely disconnected system here from the real world. Also, the actual zones for .NZ that we're looking at here are authentic zones. They include all of our real DNS servers. There's nothing changed there. We can accept real data into this system. We couldn't change things like the DNS servers for our production environment, or the zone would fail to validate. So we even need in this system like fake IP routes to capture all of the traffic that would go out to our public DNS servers, because otherwise, I mean, it wouldn't because it's firewalled, but we need to redirect all the queries that would go out to servers onto an internal one. All of this means that we can do end-to-end DNSSEC traces from the fake route down to any zone under .nz. So we can go root.nz, org.nz, or mil.nz, or ACNZ. And because all this is internal, we can intensively query it for monitoring as often as we like without annoying anybody. On top of this, we're building an entirely new monitoring solution to add many monitoring possibilities, including but not limited to that DNSSEC tracing I mentioned before, and validation, with an internal DNSViz suite running regularly. So we get the diagrams, we get JSON output from that. It catches misconfigurations both in syntax and semantics, which is actually an important point because it's quite easy to find problems in either one of those, but not necessarily both. We look for RRSEG record expiry, server reply checks using scripts that we've heavily adapted from an organization called OARC. And I should also point out that some DNS server software can act in rather inexplicable ways. Again, you can ask Jeff. And we use these checks for RRSEG expiry, for different kinds of server replies. When we do trials of different software, like we might look at a trial of bind versus not versus NSD versus OpenDNSSEC in various parts of a signing pipeline. And we can apply all of these checks against that as well. So we can reuse a lot of the work we're doing for other purposes. We're also improving our monitoring of zone generation and signing. There's a lot of work going into that too, especially because, as some may have heard, we're replacing our hardware HSMs that currently hold the private keys used for zone signing and the associated software pipeline. So all of the legacy stuff will be going away, the stuff that's been around for 10 years. The DNS fake root environments will play a big part in testing all of that. Not going to be able to see that stuff on the right. But anyway, here are a couple of examples of the visibility we get. We have DNSViz on the left, deployed internally, and Nymon, good old Nymon on the right. Assuming you can't see the Nymon stuff, it's checking that all the servers are replying as expected, the DNSSEC validation works for all zones, and the RRSEG records haven't expired. Because those are end-to-end things, we can pick up problems that we haven't necessarily anticipated. They give us an immediate notification of problems and the ability to really drill down vertically through the DNSViz output here. Normally, you'd only get this for something that was publicly available. You might go to the DNSViz site and look at it. But we can now look at all this stuff completely internally. And we can find changes and problems before anything escapes out into the wild and affects all of you. It's how we build confidence that we'll see problems well in advance. We also keep a long history of these results so we can go back in time and find the root causes and do any forensic analysis of exactly what changed and when. We didn't have any access to such history before. Before our incident, we were largely reduced to speculation about when a particular key state changed or anything like that. And as far as we know, this is the first time that a CCTLD has comprehensively monitored DNSSEC for all of their second level zones. It's common actually in the industry to only monitor the top level zone, right at the very top, and not anything beneath that. Perhaps, and this is maybe speculation on my part, because that's where the boundary of control with IANA is. So if you have your organization and you've got IANA above it in the DNSSEC hierarchy, then you're monitoring the interaction there. You want to see that IANA is doing their job, that they've done what they've told you they would do when you submit changes to them, and so on. So that's what people tend to monitor. And speaking of monitoring the top level domain, this is the output of that tool written by SIDN. This inspired a lot of our stuff. It's called rollover mon. So in contrast to the very deep point-in-time perspective of the DNSViz I showed on the previous slide, or the instant notifications of NIMON, rollover mon gives us a timeline view of changes in our zones. If DNSVis was a vertical view, we can drill down deep into lots of detail, then this is a horizontal view, and we can see all the transitions properly and clearly. And what we have here is a good key rollover, quite recently. We can see on the left new KSKs being introduced into the NZ zone, and then nearly 5 days later, the old KSKs being removed. That's how it should be, and nobody noticed, because the delay was 5 days, not just a few hours. I mentioned that we think that other people aren't doing it, that monitoring to this depth, and one piece of evidence that supports that is the existence of a 19-year-old bug in a tool called Drill. Drill is one of the most comprehensive DNSSEC tracing tools out there. It also does a lot of DNS stuff, it's quite handy. But its DNSSEC tracing never worked over IPv6, ever. Whoop. How do I go back? Yep, okay. Got excited. DNSSEC tracing never worked over IPv6 for that tool. Nobody reported that bug in 19 years. So I had to dredge up what I could remember of C, fix it, and get a PR merged. And now we can use some drill output in our monitoring scripts, in addition to the JSON output from DNSVis. Where am I? Just lost myself. Yep. There's still no tag or release yet with that fix included. You'll need to manually apply the patch if you want it, but if you waited 19 years, I guess waiting a bit more won't hurt. So in conclusion, as an operator of a CCTLD, authoritative DNS service, NZNOG previously only considered operational issues from the point of view of authoritative DNS, and we omitted thinking about how our results were utilized by third-party validating, caching, recursive DNS servers. Our only worry was that zones had to be consistent and valid internally to themselves, and that was shown to always be the case, but it was very short-sighted of us. Our post-incident recovery and improvement phases have led us to put considerable effort into implementing systems like the fake route I've shown you the concept of here, that encompass much more real-world situations. And we're building vastly better monitoring using this new canary in the coal mine. Hopefully we're short-sighted no longer. And finally, to answer that question right from the beginning about do you really know what your DNS server is doing, I think now NZNOG has a vastly better insight into what our DNS servers are doing, and perhaps even more importantly, that our zones are always suitable for use by the caching recursive DNS servers out there in the world. Thanks to everybody at NZNOG, and especially the operations team for helping to prepare all this.
Thank you, Paul.
Any questions?
We do have time for maybe 1 or 2 short questions.
Stunned.
It was super clear. Thank you, Paul.
All right, thank you.
And we are continuing on the DNS topic, and please welcome Jeff Houston on stage, and he'll talk about DNS resolvers and name servers.
Thank you. You know, it's often been said that the internet treated security as a poor afterthought, and DNSSEC and RPKI are both examples of that. They've caused way more outages than I think any of us ever thought possible. And I'm not sure they've saved anyone from anything. Most of the security of the internet is based around TLS certificates. It's the beginning and end of the story. And if you think you trust all of those 150 trusted certificate authorities, you're as big a fool as me, because that's the be-all and end-all of the entire security framework of the internet, sadly. That said, let's move on to actually talk about the other part of the infrastructure in New Zealand, which is how are your names served, right? So when presented with multiple authoritative name servers, and all of you copy the instructions. When you have a domain name, you must have at least 2 authoritative name servers. Why? Well, I don't know, it says 2. Why not 3? Oh, okay, 3 must be better than 2. Why not 80? Well, seems a bit silly, but okay. You know, people do that. There's one with 340. But is that really better? What is better? What are we trying to do here in terms of maximising the way the DNS works for the user trying to resolve a name? Because that's really what you're trying to do. So how do we do that? And then I'd like to just quickly focus on New Zealand. How well are your names served in New Zealand and who's doing it? So there's some recentish work here. If you really, really want these days to have a decent service, says this paper from 2017, then quite frankly, Anycast is your friend. Which is a strange kind of statement, because if you roll the clock back another 10 years earlier, everyone was saying, oh, this Anycast stuff, you can't trust it, it's bullshit. What if I'm doing TCP and all of a sudden routing changes and I'm talking to someone else? TCP will fail. So even at the time, it was a slightly controversial statement. And so this one kind of said, use Anycast or you're dead. More recently, October 24, a bunch of researchers, Shumon Hook and Lu Song, Davey Song, went and analysed the code base, saying, well, how can we figure out how recursive resolvers work by looking at the code? Great idea in theory, lousy in practice. And we'll see why. So let's go back to the original RFC. This is 1034, the Bible of the DNS. And I love it. It's this kind of bullshit formality that you saw in RFCs then would never pass muster today. You know, what's a batting average with the DNS? I'm like, seriously, what were they talking about? What are you trying to minimise or maximise with a batting average? This is bizarre. So the theory goes, and it's a neat theory, that I want to provision my name with a bunch of authoritative name servers. And perhaps if I'm global pretension-wise, you know, I really think everyone's going to be looking for my name, I really should put them across the world on the theory that your recursive resolver will pick the closest. Yeah? Because it's useless putting an authoritative name server in Greenland if the user is in, say, Singapore. That's just a joke. So let's actually test this out and actually set up a simple domain with 4 unicast authoritative name servers. I've spread them around the world: Atlanta, Frankfurt, Mumbai and Singapore. Yes, those are Akamai Linode locations because they're cheap and they work. And I'm going to test a number of recursive resolvers and go, how good are you at selecting the closest? The closest, by the way, is Singapore. From me, that's about 170 milliseconds. Is that right? Oh, sorry. Yeah, something like that. The next one, Mumbai, then Atlanta, and then Frankfurt, right? What do I expect? Well, what I expect is that if I constantly ask, the recursive resolver will latch onto the closest, the one at the bottom in Singapore, and every once in a while, it'll go to the others just to see if they haven't done something really cool and got faster. So you should see a sort of consistent latching onto the closest, and then a bit of variance as it sort of tests the others just to be sure they're still a long way away. So here's bind. It's one resolution every 60 seconds, caching fully disabled. And what you see is sort of what you'd expect. The bottom line is Singapore. The next line up is Atlanta in America, then Europe, then India. And typically, it's latching on to Singapore. So, you know, bind does it. This is unbound. If you're running FreeBSD, you're probably running unbound because that comes with default. It's kind of bizarre.
because there's no clear preference other than they just hate Europe. Why they think something in America, which is, by delay twice as far away, is equally pref to Singapore or India, beats me with a stick. I have no idea what was going on inside the folk who write and maintain Unbound to think that this is a good performance outcome. It's cruddy. Google. Here I had to play a few games to turn off the Google cache, but you can do this because what they're doing is they're doing performance against IP addresses, not performance against names. So I just constantly vary the name and keep pummeling away at Google. And you kind of think, because Google is the biggest single recursive resolver system on the planet. About 16% of the world's users rely on them. And you think, well, yeah, they're localized. They have basically Google instances of Google's DNS everywhere, minimum of a few thousand sites, right? Wrong. It's kind of, oh yeah, any number will do. Anywhere is the same as anywhere else. When I asked the Google folk about this a few months ago, they said, one query a second, Jeff? That's not fast enough. 1 million queries a second and we'd do better. Okay, God, it's a bit beyond my systems. But yeah, Google doesn't do a very good job about localizing your queries. It will take an extended amount of time sometimes because you've just gone to the wrong location. Is Cloudflare any better? Yeah, sort of. I'm like, it stays away from America, which is the slowest. But beyond that, it's still pretty much kind of, they're all the rest of the same. It's not exactly delay sensitive. It's sort of everywhere. So, do recursive resolvers do batting averages? And the answer basically is, with the exception of bind, no. They don't. If you have unicast name servers scattered all around the world, it's not making anything better. Right? It just doesn't work because recursive resolvers are paying absolutely no attention to you. What's going on here? Well, let's ramp it up a little bit. Rather than one server, query a second, through a particular recursive resolver, let's turn the lens of advertisements, Google Ads, onto this measurement. And now what I'm going to do is actually set a whole bunch of users, 25 million a day, for about a week or so, and set them to resolve a name that can be resolved only in one of these 4 locations. Now, the ads are interesting because with a little bit of mucking around, not with you, but with my servers, I can tell where the querier might be. So I can look at where you are, what recursive resolver you're using, and where did you go. In that term, the biggest recursive resolver system inside an ISP is in our friends Bharti Airtel in India, where they run a resolution factory which is close to meltdown. It's amazingly big. They, oddly enough, query everything except America. Bharti Airtel in India, close to Mumbai. No, Europe, Singapore, as well as Mumbai. That's weird. That's 1 hour. 12 hours, it's much more obvious. For some reason, America is over some invisible threshold, but, India, Europe, Singapore, much the same. It's kind of unexpected. And so now I started to do some stats around this and sort of look at this in terms of attachment times. So across 1 week, it queried America only 87 times. That's actually quite low because, act of God or whatever, Atlanta might move closer to that recursive resolver, but that resolver won't see it for up to 12 hours. It's not testing the ones that it didn't select frequently enough. It's kind of, oh, well, I tested it once, that's good enough for me. Mumbai is actually lower. The attachment time is only 32,000 seconds over that week. It really, really preferred Singapore and then Frankfurt. That's odd. So I started to sort of do this in terms of attachment preference. So these circles are the same servers, India, Europe, Australia, Singapore and America. So I swapped Singapore and America on this graph. The size of the circle is how much time did that resolver spend going to that particular recursive authoritative name server. What you'd expect to see if recursive resolvers behaved is that every resolver, and that's their IP address in 0.1 font, should be going to the fastest and tiny dots for the other three. You don't see that picture. Basically what you're seeing is it's all over the floor. Some are well behaved, a lot are not. That odd. So whatever a batting average is, the implementers have a strange view of what it is. So I found 1,000 really well-used recursive resolvers and then said, well, okay, if you use the same authoritative name server more than 60% of the time, I'll say you've got a preference. If you have no attachment preference, then none of those 4 were used more than 40% of the time. And 53 out of those 1,000 had no attachment preference whatsoever. So when they had an attachment preference, was it the closest? And if it wasn't the closest, how bad was the selection? Well, here's an example. This is free.fr in France. Really preferred to use Atlanta. Hang on, Frankfurt's 9.8 milliseconds away, but it's German. It's the only reason I can see why it's doing this. So it's 70% of the time, it's knocking queries over to Atlanta and not to Frankfurt. Bizarre. So of those 661 that had a strong attachment preference, 500 responded to pings. Some of them just don't do pings because pings are so mundane, why should I bother? And of those 500 or so, 199 had, attached to the lowest, but the other 300 attached to the one that was further away. And the average error was 142 milliseconds. What's 142 milliseconds away from here? Come on, New York? LA? That's slow. Somewhere in the middle of America, somewhere in the middle of Asia. It's a fair way away. The average error is around 1/3 of the globe. This is bizarre. And indeed, this is the cumulative frequency histogram, that the majority of resolvers have an error rating of around 100 to around 140 milliseconds. So if you think that putting a bunch of authoritative name servers around the world will make it better for people to resolve your name, you are simply spending money in a bonfire. It's making no difference whatsoever to the performance of your name in terms of resolution. You can't rely on recursive resolvers to do the right thing, because they don't, on the whole. So recursive resolvers don't make the best selection, and they use a timer. And Unbound said, we use a timer. We put recursive authoritative name servers into bands. Anything under 300 milliseconds, isn't that around the world, is in the same band. What were you using, a dial-up modem? I mean, for Christ's sake, 300 milliseconds is as fast as any other? This is crazy. And it's actually quite well spread in the DNS industry. So on the one high side, I hear Google talking about, the $1 million millisecond or whatever they want to talk about. And on the other side, the DNS folk going, oh, third of a second, what the hell? It's all the same. We don't care. Same industry, different people. Bizarre. So let's now talk a little bit about New Zealand. Over the last 3 years, you've slowly falling out of love with the recursive resolver provided by your ISP. It used to be, back in 2021 or so, around about 90% of users we saw who were seeing ads, and these are users with ads on their screen, they went to their local ISP's resolver going, what's that name? And Google and Cloudflare and a little bit of OpenDNS, largely around enterprises and so on, were below 10% or so. Oddly enough, that number in your ISP has fallen. It's now at 75% of users use their ISP. And the red line is
different AS still in New Zealand. So what the hell? The next couple of lines though are Google, Cloudflare and OpenDNS. And slowly, surely and consistently, the amount of use as the first resolver you ask, the one you're going to believe, is actually getting higher. So there's a growing use of third-party provided, US, authoritative, so recursive resolvers in this country. So what does that mean? Let's do exactly the same test on the top 100 resolvers in New Zealand. How good are they? Bunch of IP addresses, bunch of attachment. Most of them prefer Singapore, some of the loonies prefer India, a number of crazies prefer America, and there are a few out there with Europe. Numbers don't matter, here are the names. So you sort of see some anomalies. Is one of these a laser or a red light pointer? Is it? Which, the top? I'm holding it down. Anyone using Apple's private data relay? Well, some of you are. You will send your queries through Cloudflare or Akamai, India or America at this particular point, because it's really fast. Not. There are a few others. Spark is generally good, except for one or two recursive resolvers operated by Spark, which head off to India because, you know, they can. I've no idea why. So on the whole, yes, but even on those top 100, there are some anomalies out there where you kind of go, what are you running? And my guess is unbound, because, you know, 300 milliseconds, everything's the same as everything else. So New Zealand basically does a slightly better job than averages, but there are some exceptions. So the next question is, well, if doing unicast is crap, can we do better with anycast? Well, what do other domains do? Let's look at the root. 1,445 names. The DNS, by the way, is a bifurcated system. Most of those names are curated with a team of people. Even in New Zealand, how many folk actually operate that top level name, .nz and everything around it? A crowd of folk. In, you know, my local ISP, how many? Well, fraction of one person. You know, it sits in a dusty cupboard and no one gives a stuff. So this is kind of the Rolls Royce of the DNS, the ones that are hand curated. How many name servers do they have? What is so evil about the number 5? There's a whole bunch with 4 name servers and a whole bunch with 6 and almost none with 5, because evidently in the DNS 5 is an evil number and you shouldn't have 5. I have no idea what's going on. 3 of them have V6 only, yay. 321 have V4 only, this is expected. And because it's the root and because it has a lot of attention, there's a lot of work on dual stack, okay? Unicast versus anycast, well, they don't tell you if an address is anycast or not. You actually have to figure it out for yourself, so I did. I do name server IDs and then look at the delays. And you come up with 2 kinds of anycast networks. I saw one in Russia that has 2 points of presence in Moscow and St. Petersburg. That's anycast. No, it's not. And indeed, even in New Zealand context, I have a server in Dunedin and a server in Auckland. That's anycast. No, it's not. And I kind of worked out that if the variance was greater than 150 milliseconds when I tried to reach you from 4 points around the globe, say 4 points, you really were running an anycast in name only. Wasn't very good. If you're managing to get the variance in reaching you from those 4 points below 150 milliseconds, you're probably in at least America, Europe and Asia, and that's a good thing. So of the root name servers up there, 1/3 of them were actually inside diverse anycast, the rest were kind of no, not really working well. So TLD served by unicast only, Belarus. Yay, Belarus and its IDN variants. There's a number with a mix of unicast and anycast because, you know, old ways die hard. Interestingly, TLD served by diverse anycast, only 300, 289. Everyone else is kind of, oh God, it's not worth the effort. And these are the Rolls Royce names. These are the best manicured names on the planet. Everything else is kind of not given the degree of attention. How many service providers run those names? You'd think somewhere between 2 and 4, but you would be wrong. Because that's ASs. How many ASs does APNIC in Vietnam operate? 10. So it might look like, oh, we've got 5 ASs, we're very diverse. You've only got 1, all run by the same company, probably in the same locations with the same infrastructure. So even that says most folk do 2 actually is a lie. Most folk do 1 because their service provider says, we have diversity. Look, 2 ASs, both run by us, both using the same software, both in the same locations. What are you protecting against? Bucket if I know. What about New Zealand? Well, I pulled out of the top 1 million global, the names with .nz. And there are 1,406 names in that top 1 million. It's kind of, you can argue with the Tranco top 1 million and you'd have a fine argument because I don't know how it works either. But these are probably the most popular names in New Zealand as Tranco sees them. Whoopie-doo. Average name service per domain, 3. That's average. Again, 3 in New Zealand is an evil number. It's either 2 or 4 because 5 is definitely evil, but so is 3. What's wrong with odd numbers, guys and girls? I'm like, I don't get it. The average number of addresses per name server, 2.5. What do you mean 2.5? We'll get back onto that one. Dual stack is pretty good, V4 only is pretty good, and 378 names out of those 1,400. So slightly under a third. It has V6, and that's all due to Cloudflare. All due to Cloudflare. So let's now have a look at the mapping into how many IP addresses for each of those 1,400 names. How many? And blow me down, there's this thing, 12, 386 domain names, because you're all cheap. You're all cheap. You all use free, and Cloudflare is free. And this is Cloudflare. The signature of Cloudflare is basically the dominant provider in this particular market is clearly there. 370 domains, V4 only, etc. Oh, and 8 domains in that top 1 million. 8 of the more popular names in New Zealand are served by a single name server because, resilience, who cares? Market share. I included the countries. You notice, as a long-standing member of Five Eyes, you've heard the instruction, none of those are Chinese. But, this week is kind of curious because this week you kind of look at US companies going, let's talk about trust, resilience, stability, and then look at the US administration and go, are you serious? And then you look at this, Cloudflare, US, 400 names in New Zealand. Amazon, 334. Dreamscape, based in Australia. Are they doing free or something? They're pretty popular, but God knows why. Akamai, Microsoft, and then yay, 2 degrees. Security Services US. Who are they? I think there's something related to GoDaddy. They're the engine behind them. So there's a smattering of US. But by and large, of those 1,400 names, they're run by US entities. The actual operation of them is not here. It's somewhere else. So unicast versus anycast, because of Cloudflare and because of, what was the previous one, the next one? Amazon. Because of those 2 and those 2 alone, you get anycast at around 38%, and the rest is still unicast. So you're outsourcing it to someone who's doing a crap job. Now, you don't need to be DNS experts, but the folk who are doing your DNS name for you, you'd at least expect those to have half a clue. But in most cases, they don't. And they're you're buying stuff and you have no idea of the quality of which you're getting. So DNS recursive resolvers are indeed shit. They're built badly and don't do a very good choice of actually optimizing the resolution of a name. You have to do it yourself in your own authoritative name server infrastructure, right? What's standard do you apply when you're trying to make a purchase? Which RFC do you quote? Well, I know the answer, none. There is none. So what standard do you hold your supplier to? Oh shit, I hope it stays up. That's it. That's the entire degree of the standard you apply as purchasers. And whether you're a government department deeply into security or not, same set of standards, i.e. none. Because no one, you don't employ a whole bunch of PhD DNS experts. You're trying to get a different job done, and you're relying on the supply side to do a better job, and they're not. They're doing a lousy job most of the time, and there's no one to hold them accountable to a better job. You're in the dark here. So you then get to the next thing, and I did notice, who was it? GCSC? I think they have 3 providers. Yay! But if you're DNSSEC signed, you open up the next nightmare. Because if you've got 3 providers all trying to serve signed data with the same key set, how do you manage that? Is there an RFC for that? No. Do we know what we're doing? No. What happens as a result? Well, outages, because, we don't know what we're doing. So having multiple servers and providing it with DNSSEC just leads to another degree of nightmare problems. So the stuff is basically, we're learning slowly, very, very slowly as we go along. But at the same time, we're a problem. And it's quite a big problem. All the rest of the network is shaving microseconds off connectivity. We look at that obsessed with from click to reaction, and we try and shave every last bit of that. Fast open in TLS 1.3, quick with really fast handshakes. And you sit there and go, the DNS, oh no, 300 milliseconds is fine. Who gives a shit? You're patient, I'm patient, we can wait. Not. So, any questions?
We have time for 1 or 2.
Why is DNS
Stunned.
shit?
So I thought the point behind an eCast and putting like Google, if you're doing it properly, it gives you the ability to basically move your DNS to where it needs to be, right? Like that's the whole point of having an eCast, and you've got that backed with an SDN, and you can manipulate where your announcement for the service is going to go to by using your AS announcements, right? Is it just because people are not doing that that's so crap with the Anycast sort of solution? Because I don't know, I've done that 2 or 3 times for customers and it's worked pretty well. Is it just people forget that that's the whole point that we were doing that in the first place?
The average length of an AS path on the internet is 4. So I put my system across the planet, and I'm trying to make a choice based on the closest metric by BGP. And let's say, and there's someone from Hurricane Electric here, I peer with AS 6939, who are everywhere. All of a sudden, it's Hurricane Electric's choice as to what's the closest, not mine, because this AS is massive. So putting your trust in Anycast and the routing system to give you the best answer all the time is kind of simplistic and kind of doesn't work for kind of a lot of the time. So you need to be a bit cleverer than that, is really what it's coming down to. And trying to get performance out of the DNS, I think it's true that caching is your friend. If you think that short TTLs are the way through to a more responsive system that can haul you out of trouble, that's fine. It's just slower for everybody. The longer you can have your material cached into places, the better your customers are in resolving names. Enlist all the recursives as your friend, no matter how they find the information. Make them remember it. A week is a good time, and be patient with rollovers. Take it slowly and gently, because if you've got that stuff cached, it takes a long time to drain them. And that's probably the best advice of the lot about how to do the DNS. And by the way, stay away from DNSSEC. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have one more DNSSEC talk before the lunch break. Oh, not DNSSEC, DNS, sorry. I need more coffee. Please welcome Champik on stage. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you, and good morning all. Yeah, yet another DNS talk. So this morning, yeah, we have had presentations covering DNSSEC and also some of the incidents as well. So my talk, by the way, I'm from ICANN. I represent ICANN, and this is my NZNOG conference after quite some time. I've been to some of the conferences before, the NZNOGs. I used to work for APNIC in the past, but now pretty much focusing on the DNS stuff. So I'm going to talk about a framework, a tool. This is for the operators to apply the best current practices in relation to all these DNS security related stuff that we spoke about. So that's the objective of the presentation, and so let me try to go through some of these things and see. You can, as operators, you could be operating your DNS infrastructure, and then see whether you have been applying all these practices that we are talking about. Okay, now when you look at your DNS as a whole, there are lots of players. It's in fact a DNS ecosystem. That's what we call. So there are stub resolvers out there sending the queries to the recursive resolvers. There were a fair bit of discussions about the recursive resolvers as well. And then they send the queries to the authoritative DNS servers. Now out there are lots of authoritative servers managed by, could be root servers, could be the TLDs, the second levels, and so on. And then there are multiples of these authoritative servers. Jeff just talked about, running multiples of those as well. And then also we have the whole registrar system out there, right? So we have the registries, the registrars, then the registrants, get the domain names where you would provide some web interfaces, the portals, for them to access and update their DNS stuff. So there are several of these components that you would see, and then, of course, between the registries, the registrars, there are protocols as well, like EPP, for example. And so when you look at the whole system, there are quite a lot of risks involved. So wherever you see all these crosses, there are security risks involved. There could be, for example, when the queries go from the stub resolver to the recursive resolver, it goes in plain text, so the metadata can be used to do various analysis and so on. And then, of course, there were quite a lot of discussions on the DNSSEC as well this morning. So if you don't do DNSSEC out there, there could be issues like cache poisoning, things like DNS hijacks, and so on, right? So there are risks over there. And then, of course, in the whole registrar system, things like, the credential issues can come in. We have to make sure that the clients log in properly to the portals, and then there are no sort of, phishing things related to that as well. So as a whole, there are lots of risks involved in the DNS ecosystem. So the whole idea is that we should try to fix these things, so apply the best practices so that we can try to secure our infrastructure. Now, to do that, there are different security mechanisms that we have. We can't just have one mechanism to fix everything, right? So if you're talking about, say, you need DNS privacy, there are protocols like DOT, DOH, and then if you want to protect your DNS data, things like the authentication, the integrity of DNS data, that's where the DNSSEC is going to be involved. And then also I spoke about, the client side of it as well, trying to access the registrar systems, the registry systems, and so on. So there are various security practices that we can apply, and also apply the cyber hygiene, basically the internet security hygiene over there, so that we can manage, maintain a good, secure ecosystem. All right, so that's the sort of background. Now, we have a tool or a framework called KINDNS. So it is pronounced as KINDNS, and that's the full sort of expansion of the acronym. Don't ask me actually who came up this whole name, but that's what we say, the KINDNS, right? And this is pretty similar to the manners, so probably you must be familiar with manners. Manners is there for routing security, and here we are talking about the DNS security aspect. So that's what we are going to talk about, the KINDNS, right? Now, whether you are a small operator or a large operator, you can still apply these KINDNS practices. The whole idea, as I said earlier, this is to apply best current practices based on your operational aspect, because earlier we said that there are authoritative server operators, there are recursive server operators, and so on. So you apply the applicable practices. Now, there are different categories when it comes to the operators. So the targeted operators are, first of all, the authoritative operators. There are, again, different subcategories here. First, we have the TLDs and critical zones. There are out there 1,500 or so top-level domains, including the country code top-level domains as well, like .nz, for example. And then there are second-level domains. Of course, in New Zealand, you have your third levels, because you have core.nz as well. That's where you get your domains. So it could be, second-level domains or third-level domains. So there are different categories in the authoritative server. Then there are also recursive operators, or the resolve operators. Again, we can have subcategories out there. First, we have the closed and private resolve operators. So these are pretty much, the resolvers that you run in your corporate environment. You could be a corporate, you could be a bank or a university, for example, and you providing this recursive service only to your users. And then you have the shared private resolvers that you operate. So this is pretty much the network operators. And you would provide the recursion to your customers, your clients. And then we also have the public resolvers. So these are, the public resolvers like Google, Cloudflare, and so on, right? Or you could be running public resolvers as well. And then there is also the other category that's about the core, the hardening of the core system itself. So this is where you would apply the practices into your core system, things like, the route filters and things like that, right? Okay, now, when it comes to the authoritative server operators, again, we go through several checks here, the checklist, just to make sure that you would follow these best practices. So these are all considered as the best practices, right? So if you're operating a top-level domain zone or a critical zone, it could be a critical zone as well, you should be doing, all these practices. So you must be DNSSEC signed. So we had a lot of discussions on this DNSSEC sign. So you should basically, sign your zone, and then also the key management as well. So once you sign your zone, how are you going to manage your keys? The zone signing keys, the key signing keys, how you're doing the key rollovers, and all that, right? And then are you, doing the proper key management for your, whoever the parties that you're managing these keys for. And then you also have the transfer between the authoritative servers. So this is where you would have multiple name servers. You could be having multiples of those, and where you would do zone transfers between these name servers. So make sure that they're all properly secured. There is access controls there. You're allowing zone transfers only to your authoritative servers and so on, so that it should be limited. And then zone file integrity. This is also something very important as well. Make sure, and there are, of course, there are tools out there, there are records out there, things like ZoneMD, for example, where you can maintain the integrity of your zone. Also, there was some discussion point earlier about the authoritative servers and recursive name servers. If you're going to have all these different servers, authoritative as recursive, and the recursive into the same infrastructure, that's not going to be very good as well. So try to have that separation between your authoritative servers and the recursive servers. At least 2 servers you should be running, right? We had discussions over there, so you should have multiples of those. The diversity aspect, again, this, especially if you're running a TLD zone or a critical zone, the diversity should be considered at a very high level, especially even you should go into geographical diversity, and also even things like the software diversity as well. If you're running some multiple name servers, you should be running multiple name server software as well, because if there are some certain vulnerabilities with a certain particular name server software, that's going to affect all your other name servers as well. So have that diversification. Then you should also have things like DNS monitoring. This is also something very important, the version controls, revision controls, and the monitoring aspect. So basically, if you're running some authoritative name servers, you should be practicing all these things. So the KINDNS would check against these things and see whether, how you're doing it. And then if you need to fix those, you can do that as well. I'm not going to go through everything. I mean, this is pretty much for the second level, if you're operating any second levels or third levels as well, in your case, as I said. Of course, if it is not as critical as running a top level domain, but still you have to follow a number of these best practices as well, okay? When you are running the resolvers, again, I told you that there are different resolver operator categories as well. If you are running some closed and private resolvers, this is pretty much in a closed or a corporate type of environment. DNSSEC validation, this is a quite important thing. So you should be validating, you should enable DNSSEC validation in your resolvers. Then the ACLs, make sure you have access controls to basically, to filter out the queries, do the rate limiting and things like that. Queue name minimization, because when the recursive servers send a query to the root server, because as we know, the query first would go to a root server if it's not there in the cache, then you don't need to send the whole query itself to the root server, because root server should be only responding about the top level domain name server details, right? So you don't really need to send the whole query to the root servers. So you can do queue name minimization out there. Then the authoritative and recursive name servers should not, basically it should run on separate infrastructures. Don't run everything in the same infrastructure itself. Have at least, again, 2 name servers for the recursive server as well. Also, the infrastructure diversification, the monitoring. So these are all, again, important, especially from a recursive server point of view, right? Going further about the private resolvers, this is pretty much for the network operators, ISPs, mobile operators, and so on. So they should be having a few things more, things like DOH, DOT. Earlier I said, if the clients, if they want to encrypt their DNS queries, then, we need to have the DOT and DOH enabled. So this checklist is again about the public resolvers, if you are in case operating some public resolvers. So you would pretty much, have similar stuff. And then again, in addition, you also should have some software diversification as well. As I said earlier, if you're running some multiples of these name servers, the recursive name servers don't have the same name server software running in all those name servers. And then the logging is also something you need to be careful of, because especially if you are a public DNS resolve operator, then these queries should not be used to basically, to do passive logging, right? Hardening the core. This is again, these are the basic cyber hygiene that you should be applying in your core network. Things like the route filters, access controls, and then manners, I told you before, BCP38, manners. These are for the routing security aspects. And again, things like the user credentials, the user permissions, what else? The configuration files should be versioned, the revision controls. So these are all the general security stuff that you should be considering to deploy in your core infrastructure. Access management, then the credential management as well. Make sure that, at least you would provide two-factor authentications or multi-factor authentications. So these all has to be taken care of. So we went through these multiples of these best practices in different categories. So you can decide exactly which category that you can, you would fall into, right? Because you could be operating authoritative name servers, or you could be operating recursive name servers and so on. So now the KINDNS would provide you a self-assessment tool, right? Self-assessment option. You can be anonymous. If you don't want to provide your organization details and things like that, you can still be anonymous. So important thing here is that you can do a self-check, right? So you can use the KINDNS tool, and then you can do a self-check and see what you are doing at the moment, right? Are you applying all those practices that we discussed earlier? And that would give you a sort of a rating as well. And it will also generate a report for you so that you can, even if you want to convince your management for, say, budget approval or anything like that. Actually, when we look at these self-assessments over the last couple of years, we have received about 2,000 or so self-assessments, and then fair bit of about nearly 50% of the assessments were because they want to convince their management so that they could apply, or they could actually allocate budgets, say, for example, DNSSEC deployment or something like that, right? So these reports can be provided for further justifications as well. So you will, based on the input that you provide, you will get a report generated by the KINDNS, and you can basically use that report for your assessments or for your justifications and things like that for your management. Now, by the way, the participation for KINDNS is all this voluntary stuff. Basically, you are becoming an ambassador so that you're trying to apply the best current practices so that the others can follow you. That's the whole idea behind it, right? And also, it would give you a check that you're doing the right thing in your network, in your infrastructure, and you are applying all these good practices or the best practices, right? So that's the whole idea behind it. You can go to kindness.org. You can do those self-assessments, as I told you. The next step would be, if you're interested, you can join KINDNS, right? So you can join, and then when you join KINDNS, of course, we will do some evaluation. We'll go through your the input that you provided, and then we will have some discussion with you. If you have to fix some stuff, then we will guide you to fix that. Say how we can support you in that aspect, right? So that's about it. And So that's the next step. If you are interested in joining KINDNS, if you go to kindness.org, you can see there are a number of operators out there in different categories that I showed you before, the authoritative server operators, the recursive server operators, and so on. So we would list that who are compliant with KINDNS, so that would also give them some credibility in the ecosystem, so that they are an operator who is doing the right thing, right? And also the others can follow you as well. And the other thing is that there is a KINDNS mailing list as well. You can contribute to that. We plan to do some more further enhancements to these tools. So that's about it. And hopefully, you will start using KINDNS and try to secure your DNS infrastructure. Thank you very much. If you have any questions.
Yeah, we have time for questions.
All right.
I have a
Super
question.
clear. Thank
I have
you.
a question regarding the getter key that you need to achieve as part of the best practices. Jeff has been against DNSSEC. So, what do you say about that?
All right, that was a challenge to come after Jeff and talk about DNSSEC. So, I mean, the whole, of course, Jeff provided all his reasons behind his opinion. But the thing is that, when it comes to the protection of DNS data, it is important to consider the authentication and the integrity of DNS data, right? Are you talking to the right server? And are you getting the right answer without any modifications in the middle? That's the whole point behind DNSSEC. And it has been there for so many years, and it has been, say, when it comes to signing, the root zone has been signed, top-level domains, all the GTLDs they have signed, country code top-level domains, pretty much, around 70%, 80% of them they have signed. So it is pretty well established, and we don't tell you not to do DNSSEC in that sense. So you should be doing DNSSEC, and you should be signing your zones, and you should be doing validations. So that's what you think. I mean, Jeff, of course, had valid reasons behind what he said, and
My name is being used a lot here, so let me respond. And I'm going to turn the clock back to 1994. In 1994, an attack was exposed that basically substituted a different answer for a DNS query and misdirected the user to a fake site. And the internet, tech body at the time said, "Oh my God, we've got a problem. We need to fix this." And over in the DNS land, which was a very small bunch of people at the time, they looked at the rocket ship solution, bolt on the engines. Let's apply the magic of cryptography to this entire problem and actually borrow X509 certificates, get rid of the packaging craft, and simply come up with cryptography and use signatures to make sure that the answer the DNS provides is the right answer. But at the same time, Netscape, remember Netscape?
Yep.
Jim Clark's thing. Were looking at the same problem and thought about it differently. And what they thought about is, am I connecting to the site I intended to connect to? Well, how do I know that that's the site you intended to connect to? By IP address or by name? Now, no one remembers IP addresses, least of all V6 ones, but no one does. And the Netscape answer was, it's the name. Bank of New Zealand, Commonwealth Bank of Australia, it's the name that matters. So they did, and they readily admit it, a hack. And the hack was, as soon as we start this connection, can the server demonstrate it is the named server that is associated with that DNS name? Doesn't care what the address is. Is this site authentic? And oddly enough, that's what we've been using ever since. And that's what's been keeping this stuff together. DNSSEC sort of slid into this abyss of, well, it's really cool, but we don't understand what it's good for. TLS is doing the huge amount of heavy lifting around authenticity and encryption, right? So we've now got a world which is entirely HTTPS, which is based around domain name certificates. The weak point are the certificate authorities, the CAs, and we know this. But at the same time, DNSSEC is sitting there going, what's the use case? And it's sort of, well, it's great that DNS data is protected, but what are you using it for is really the unanswered question. If we ever found an application, we might look at DNSSEC more seriously, but we've never found one beyond, am I connecting to the site I intended to connect to, which TLS answered, perhaps badly, but it's good enough for everyone in this room today and all the rest of the billions of users out there on the internet. And so that's what this argument is all about is perfection in the DNS an end in itself, or is really protecting users what you're trying to do? So that was why I'm sitting there going, DNSSEC is a whole heap of effort for not an awful lot of tangible return. That's where I come from.
Yeah. What do you think about the point of, I mean, you did mention about the CA stuff. So they're out there, thousands of CAs, and which one to rely on? I mean, there have been some breaches with the CAs as well.
The CAs are rotten. This whole system is opaque. You're putting absolute trust in 150 entities and various sidekicks whose actions are entirely opaque and unreliable. The Egyptians lent on the Chinese when the Chinese were running a trusted CA. The Egyptians lent on them to mint a fake certificate for star.google.com so they could look at Gmail in Egypt. Google got wind of this and said, whoa, we're going to kick you out of the trusted CA set, which they dutifully did on the Chrome browser. Apple took another 9 months of still trusting Chinese certificates. Yes, this system is rotten and it doesn't work very well, but it works well enough for the rest of the world to go, not a problem. Even when it's a problem, not a problem. And DNSSEC could not answer that. DNSSEC doesn't tell you you're going to the right place. It just tells you the answer you got from the DNS is good. What about routing? Routing attacks. What about man in the middle? DNSSEC goes, well, that's your problem, bud. I can't fix it. So it's kind of half a solution rather than the whole solution. TLS is a shonky solution to the whole problem, but it's shonky. Pick your poison.
Thank you, Jeff. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was really, really good 3 presentations. I learned a lot. Before we all go out for lunch, I have 2 quick announcements. We still have a couple of slots for lightning talks. We have 2 people stepping up and suggesting talks, but yeah, one or 2 we can still accept. Please come and talk to us if you have any ideas. You don't need slides for that. Also, lost property is at the registration desk, 1 Arista t-shirt and 1 gray X hoodie, if someone is missing this. Also, if you have registered to receive a bag and haven't picked it up, please come and talk to Bix at the registration during lunchtime. Otherwise, the bags will be good to go to a good home. And with that, enjoy your lunch and we'll see you 1:30. Thank you.
Right, good afternoon. So we have decided to combine the lightning talks into this session. So this session will be a little bit longer. It'll be a 2-hour session. So we will be afternoon tea will be served when the session finishes, but then there will be nothing to come back for after that. Okay, so this session will finish, it's now 1:30, 2 hours, it'll finish at 3:30. That will also make it easier for people who are going to the gin mixing, blend your own gin thing. That's at 4:30. You have to get yourself to the National Distillery Company. We'll put the address in the Slack channel for anybody who doesn't have it. I have been asked to remind people that if you are flying, the smart bottles that were in the conference bags do have batteries in them, and you have to put at least the lids into your carry-on luggage, not your checked luggage. Okay. Final thing. The second of the lightning talks that we have, we will be turning off the video stream, which doesn't impact anybody in this room, but just announcing that for the people who are on the video stream. Okay, so our first talk is from Anna, and she's talking about the weakest link.
Should be on. Oh, perfect. Can you hear me? Hi, how's lunch? This barbun, so good, smoky barbecue sauce, yes. And so glad to see you at this gathering of carrot seed providers and carrot seed exporters. Yeah, you're awake, good. Not asleep, because I really wanted to wake you up. What is she talking about? So my name is Anna. I'm from Wellington. I'm a cybersecurity consultant. It's my first time at a network conference because I specialize in application security, cloud security, and cyber risk management. What I want to share with you, it's recorded here. Okay, anyway, I want to share it. It's my first time at a network conference. My usual gigs are security and cloud platforms, AppSec. I'm so excited to be among the smart people, that down to earth and just no bullshit. Love it. What I want to talk about today is the weakest link. Who is the weakest link in cybersecurity? But before going to discussing this problem, I want to tell you a story. And I need my cards for this because there's so many details in there. I don't want to make a mistake. So, year 2022, August, and we see an announcement from a very well-known company that they were breached, but nothing to worry about. It was just development environment. What happened in the real time is that one of the developers' laptops was compromised, and then when they were logging into the system, the malicious actors, they tailgated their access, and they got access to the dev environment, and they got exfiltrated source code, technical documentation, and some secrets for internal stuff. During the lateral movement, they got access to 14 out of 200 repositories. Some of them had clear text credentials. There were production secrets, but they were encrypted. And some certificates was also in there. So a security company was hired for incident response, and then they found out more by the end of the month that the user database with account info, metadata, and some configuration data, including if the MFA is turned off or turned on for the user account, was leaked. Officially, it was saying that Unauthorized access detected. The CEO posted a message on the social media and official channels that nothing to worry about. It was just a dev environment. September 15th, investigation finished. They call this incident 1. And the investigation officially said, actors just had access for dev environment for 4 days. At the same time, meanwhile, they were saying this to everyone, 5 huge binary database chunks were exfiltrated in 5 days, 1 each day. And after that, they scheduled a system update. So all logs were just gone. Yeah. In November, they said that there was some messages again that something else going on, and that the third-party cloud provider detected some malicious activity, and there was access to S3 buckets that contained production database backups that contained some unencrypted data about user accounts and some encrypted data. I'm not telling you what type of the data because I'm really curious if you can guess what the company was. And, but they said, no, nothing to worry about. The most important data is encrypted and no one can have access to it, but we don't have anything to access it. If you don't have, you just need your password to access the whole data. But just think about it. If we say to our users, it's your problem now, like nothing to worry about, they need your password, how many people reuse passwords? How many passwords were leaked and people don't know about it, right? So if hackers got access to this database, now they can just use the dark web, like lists of leaked passwords and try to break into it, right? That was in November. In December, they said that yes, there were more data leaked, and they officially announced about it, that the website URLs, the customer access using this platform, customer data, billing addresses, phone numbers, IP addresses, customers access this platform from, everything was exposed. In January, parent company of this company revealed that their backups were compromised because they shared storage and secrets with their child company. And in March, we finally learned what happened, and then we learned that this access was to their corporate data through their DevOps engineer home computer, because it was like infected, and remote access through the software, like malicious, like infected software, and the software was Plex. And I don't know if coincidence or not, that the Plex was breached in the August 2022, right? A little bit like coincidence, maybe, maybe not. And they got remote access from this DevOps engineer to the production environment, corporate environment. And because they used their computer and they were like in the shadow of their corporate VPN access, they were not able to tell apart whether it was malicious actor or the DevOps engineer. It was the same from the IP point of view, like connection view. And they used this, they used log stroke logger. They just, when this DevOps engineer logged in, got through, clicked on MFA, all good, but then they had to enter master password after MFA, and that's where the logs, like stroke logger, key logger, was able to detect the master password, and then they used it to extend the corporate vault, all the secrets, encrypt it, like they in the shared folder, there was in the notes, in the password manager, there were encrypted secrets, but also in the same folder, there were encryption key. Yes. So, and a lot of, like, millions of users were compromised. Can anyone guess the name of the company? Yes. LastPass data breach. Wow. And now we know all of that. And another interesting fact that here you can see the official messages, official information. And I was telling you the story that we now know retrospectively. And when they were, like, just saying that nothing to worry about, nothing's happening, and these malicious actors were in the environment from August till late October. They were there all the time. The LastPass people at the beginning was not able to connect the August events with the late events. They even called them Incident 1, Incident 2. Yeah, so this is just one of them. You've heard many other stories, like, I just want, like, for your next to move because you're tired sitting, like, Zoom used a database from 2012 of compromised passwords, like from dark web, and they just used it for stuffing, so just trying all the passwords on the accounts, and 500,000 accounts were compromised. LastPass 2022, we just talked about it, so the DevOps engineer access from that computer using Plex and a lot of other things inside led to 30 million users compromised. And you will find a lot of articles about this, but if you look at some news that were not so loud, you will see that in 2023, 2024, there were news about people losing a lot of money in crypto. And some of these attacks go to LastPass because they had crypto secrets stored in LastPass. Again, we can't confirm it, right? But that's the rumor. 2022, Uber, not the first one. They have regular ones, so when will be the next one, we can calculate, right? This one is very interesting because there was no damage. It was a kid who did it just for saying, I can do this, so he did it. But this one, it was a third-party contractor, and he was socially engineered to accept MFA requests because they were just flooding him with MFA requests. They got his password from somewhere from the databases, but there was MFA, good. But then they called him, we're a security company, we're just having these issues, can you just click accept? So they did it, he clicked on it, and there is an interview, if you Google, with the boy who broke in. Like, it's anonymous, so we don't know his name, but it's a very interesting interview where he just says what he did. And he used network share. In the network share, there was a file with PowerShell scripts that had credentials, unencrypted credentials, that he just used to access G Suite, AWS, and Thycotic PAM, like permission access manager, right? Yep. Twitter, a little bit different, but still, the data that was leaked was not like just data, but you could connect a Twitter handle with the real person. And there was a flaw in the design. When it was checking for duplication of the account, you could see this account name and the email and phone, and even when people told, no, we don't want to share it, we don't want it to make visible, it still was possible because of the design flaw. So they fixed it sometime later. Recent one, have you heard of the Snowflake one? Yes? Raise your hand if you heard of the Snowflake. Do you know how it happened? Unencrypted credentials in the Jira ticket of a third-party provider. 165 organizations, including Ticketek, 2.3 million records. Jira ticket, yes. What what is common in all these attacks and breaches? People, humans, right. So we can have all technology in the world, but it's still not done by AI or smart AI, right? So we still have humans in all the stages. And this is the latest report from NZNOG, and we've got 3,455, it just registered ones, it's not it's not the total happening, that phishing and credential harvesting, right? And 681 unauthorized access. The numbers, I'm sure, larger, but you can see the proportion. Compare this phishing and social engineering, unauthorized access to other types of attacks. So it's a fact that the majority, like I would say maybe all breaches start and continue with humans. So common weaknesses. Weak passwords, right? We still do this, password 1 exclamation mark. Some people do this. I saw at my work in consulting an organization with the password for the shared mailbox. Password? Literally. So it still happens. Password reuse, people are lazy. It's very difficult to remember new thing. It's so comfortable to reuse the same thing. People use it a lot. So if your password was hacked in 2012 and you're still reusing it for some different account, it's a high risk. Change your passwords, yes. No MFA, yes, we still have, no, I'm not sure. I don't think we have many applications or systems you can access without MFA, but you have to turn them on. How many systems, how many applications can you recall that make it, you don't have, you can't choose it? Like it is MFA and you can't turn it off. None, right? So, maybe, but majority is just like you have to turn it on, right? Or you can turn it off if you're annoyed by this. And I believe that I do not believe in passwords. So I believe the future is passwordless logins, right? And all these technologies, they're safer. But anyway, we still have a lot of this. Social engineering, all the time. But I don't want to blame the user. You can see it's all blaming the user, right? It's all, either user is an employee or user like your system user. That's not true. We have insecure design, insecure architecture, insecure code, and I'm sure every organization has some unpatched vulnerabilities right now, right? Some of them patch them faster, some of them do not patch, but it's just not possible not to have unpatched vulnerabilities at any moment in time. Why? Why is this happening? What are the possible reasons? Lack of knowledge. Not everyone knows about this, right? And it's fair. I mean, like we can't know about everything. Risk perception. That's what I see every day. My risk perception is very high because I see scary stories every day. I'm scared because I see it. If you don't see it, you just forget about it, like earthquakes. If it's not happening, we don't think about it at all. Or floods, or fires. Pressing deadlines. All the time, we are pressed with time. What do we say? I'll do it later. Yes, it's important. Yes, we know about it. But we have to ship this, we have to do this, they're clients, they're my boss, there's money loss, we'll do it later. And later never happens. And don't forget about disgruntlement. Unhappy people not always sabotage things, but very often will just close their eyes and will say, it's not my problem, right? And with current financial crisis and cost of living, disgruntlement becomes more and more important thing to remember, because we are all humans. We are not happy, and when we are not happy, we just really reduce our bandwidth with knowledge, with care, with everything. We're just trying to survive. And people who are trying to survive, they do not care about some strange alert or email. It's too much. Where's the timer? I don't see the timer. It's black. Okay. This is doom and gloom. What can we do? Actually, we can do quite a few things. And some of them I want to propose today might sound strange. For example, curiosity. How can curiosity help? And in our case, we're not cats. It won't kill us if you're not spies, right? But I believe that we should be curious, even if you are like curious, asking question, what can go wrong? What can go wrong? I'm doing this, or I'm changing this, I'm introducing this. What can go wrong? I want to tell my personal, like, I don't know, I just learned about myself this thing many years ago, that I feel like I'm a hacker in my heart, because whenever I see a door, like passing in the street, I'll try it. It's locked or not. And once I caught myself on the thought experiment that I was passing a house in Wellington in the street, and they had a HelloFresh box on their porch. And I just passed, just 1 second, I just noticed it. And while I was walking, I was thinking, okay, how can I swap it? If I have an empty box, and then I'll just take this one, put the empty one here. Were there any cameras around? And are they at home, out of home all day, or they come home from lunch? Like these kind of things. Ask yourself questions. Ask others questions. We do not ask questions often enough. And that's what the reasons we talked about before kick in. So when we're unhappy or we're busy, even if you're busy and you might not know the answer, ask questions just to alert other people to possible consequences. It is very important. Another not obvious thing that we do not talk, I think we do not talk about it at all at tech communities. Empathy. How can empathy help us with reducing breaches, right? When you're going to a doctor, you don't want your doctor to be very, like a surgeon, like operation. You don't want your surgeon to be upset or in a bad mood, right? Or having some breakup issues. When you're when you're talking to your colleague in another team and talk to them about something important that you learned or something you need to be done, if they don't know about the importance of it, if they have different risk profile, like the risk perception, if they're unhappy, they won't do what you need, right? So empathy helps to just imagine yourself in other person's shoes and communicate with them in the most efficient way, right? And I have to practice empathy all the time, because when I talk, I'll be honest with you, when I talk about security to organizations, I help startups. So I consult startups about security for free. But to be honest, I'm so tired talking to them and them not taking it seriously. And I changed my approach to them. So I talk to them about money and I give them assurance they don't need this security right here, right now. And they breathe out, oh, okay, we don't need to do this expenses, and we don't have to think about another thing when we're just trying to kick off and do things like this new, we're so much in debt, everyone's against us. Just imagine entrepreneurs, it's fighting 24/7. And when someone tells them, you don't think about security today, but promise me that we will talk about it tomorrow. And what happens, they breathe out, oh, okay, we don't have to worry about this, and they come back tomorrow and we talk about it. Because to be honest, you don't need security for a company that doesn't exist, right? And that's empathy can take you a very long way. You, as a security professional, when you use empathy to talk to people, they trust me more. When they trust me more, they message me often about things they notice. And for people in security, that's I believe it's the major vulnerability we have as security professionals. We do not receive enough information. We don't know what's happening out of our zone of visibility. And I found it so many times so valuable that I learned about something and we start pulling this, like one message, and we revealed a huge issue on the organizational level. And it happened only because I talked nicely to this person some time before, and they started trusting me, and they just messaged me. Okay, it's all kindness, empathy, nice talk about feelings and humans. What can we do at the organizational level? A little bit more structural advice. Shared responsibility. Would you agree with me that it's almost impossible to scale security by introducing more security professionals? There is no clone machines yet, right? What can we do? The only thing we can do is delegate or share responsibility. You've heard of this word, shift and left, right? So how it usually happens. We don't have enough security professionals. We want you, developers, system engineers, everyone else, not security professional, to take the load. Now it's your job, because we don't have enough security people. And usually it happens like you got your job, you've got your neighbor job, and now you've got security guy job. What would you do? You burn out. So to help with this, we can't just shift it left. We can't just tell all these people to take on more responsibilities. It's just not fair. We can introduce security champions. Security champions are people who are passionate about security, not professionals. They just like it. They think, they ask questions. They think about things that can go wrong. They are also part of the teams. They're experts in their area. And I'm sure a lot of you, like majority of you here, if your job title doesn't say security, you care about it, it's part of your responsibilities, you're expert in your field, and you're a good communicator, you're at the conference, you cannot be a good communicator, it's not possible. And it means that you are a security champion at a company. Raise your hand if you've heard about Security Champion Program. Just this combination of words, Security Champions Program. No? No one? That's great. It means you haven't heard anything bad about it. It's been out for some time now, a few years, and there's a lot of bad feedback. Why do you think it's so? How usually new initiatives are introduced to the company? Something new, you have to do it now, tick. That's it. Security champions, as a security champion program, needs thought through and a lot of support from management. And one thing you should ask your manager, if you put on me this more responsibilities, you have officially allocate a portion of my time to it. You can't just add and add and add. You should do allocate time, introduce rewards, recognition, all of this. So security champions programs offer this. They can help with this. And part of the things that people do inside of security champions programs, and not just only, but can increase the success of such things in security shift and left, is threat modeling. Threat modeling is simple. When you just get together in the room, a bunch of experts in some area, and you get together and you just talk about what you're building, and on a whiteboard, you just put, we're building this. Then you look at it and ask each other, what can go wrong? Oh, this can break, or this can flood, or this can be hacked, or this is unlocked. Great, what can we do about it? We can do this, 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 and this. Okay, what should we do? Let's choose this way, and that will be our program of fixing this. And don't forget about metrics. Are we doing the right thing? And are we doing the thing right? If you're interested, there's a lot of threat modeling description and just like manual on a WASP website. And even there's a tool, free open source tool you can use for writing all these threats on a nice chart. Vulnerability management. Well, I was asked yesterday, I was talking at another conference online, and I was asked, how do you deal with all these sneak alerts? Have you heard of sneak? Okay, that's a network sneak. So sneak is a vulnerability management system. I'm sure in the network and there will be something like this. Then you get alerts about vulnerabilities. It might create JIRA tickets. It might just create a bunch of alerts, and there will be dozens. There will be hundreds of them, and you don't know what to do with them. And when your security guy will walk in and look at them, they won't know if it's something serious happening or not. There's so much noise. How do you know if there's something real bad happening? We don't know. So security champions help to solve this, turn vulnerabilities management into scheduled, well-defined routine. And that's another thing, if you're interested, you can find me later and we can talk about it, how you can turn unpleasant tasks into working routine, like brushing teeth, like teaching your kids how to brush teeth every day without reminding them, right? That kind of things. Key takeaways. Empathy. Don't be that guy when on your passing lane and you're almost there, 50 meters left, and there will be this guy like, ew, and you have to slow down because there are 2 lanes back again. Just don't be that person. Be a person who feels for others and understand the context. Curiosity. Ask yourself questions, ask others questions, be curious. What can go wrong? What can happen? Shared responsibility. Security is everyone's problem. All our lives are digital. The whole world is digital, so cybersecurity is not just IT department, one corner, poor guy problem anymore, right? And to finish, I want you to read, I'm not going to read it, this Mahatma Gandhi saying. I'll just give you a moment. In short, it says, whatever you believe in will have consequences. There will be outcomes, results. If you look at it backwards, if you want to change something, you have to start with beliefs. So if you want to change security state in your organization, in the country, in the world, we have to start with how we think about it. That's me. Any questions? I'm here, email, and thank you so much.
Great, thank you.
Any questions?
We're kind of out of time. We might move on.
Yep. But find me.
Right. Okay, so next up we have Rusdi from Fortinet talking about AI-powered telco security operations use cases. Is that right?
Yes. Excellent. Do you want? Yeah. Okay.
So, mic's on the left there, and that's forward there. Yep.
All right. Excellent.
Kia ora, tēnā koutou. I'm Rusdi Chrisman. I'm the Director of R&D for Fortinet Global. Now, Anna's talk was a really good setting the scene talk on what I'm going to present next. So thanks a lot, Anna. So now you understand the challenges, where we're coming from, where we're dealing with security. I'm going to present a potential solution on how we could leverage AI in solving some of those challenges. Now, I'm not going to say AI is be all and all answer to everything, right? We try to see AI as something that will help us. And there's a concept called HITL, or human in the loop. And we gotta always treat AI in that scene. So human, i.e. us, is always the overlord, not AI. So with that, let me introduce a bit about myself. So I actually spent 13 years or so in Wally, in particular in Upper Hutt. Love that place. I moved to New Zealand 1999. So I got my first job at EDS New Zealand, which was based in Upper Hutt. So I thought, okay, spend 1 year, 2 years, and then I'll be moving to Wellington, Auckland. Nah, never happened. Once you stay there, you'll love the place. Right, so before I joined Fortinet, I spent a lot of time working with other technology from Cisco, spent almost, 6+ years with Juniper, dealing with hardcore MPLS, RSVPT stuff. Now, I focus on security. So some of my specialization include mobile networking, telco, SD-WAN, and also in my current role, AI and all sort of security. I've got about 13 slides of content, so I'll try to finish it within less than half an hour. Now, I'm going to present some high-level ideas of how we can use AI to power, assist, and help us in our telco operations. So the current state of play without AI is, we do things manually, right? So everything, or the majority, is done by human. Yes, we do have tools, but a lot of things are done by human. And normally we are concerned with 3 things. So feasibility, detection, and compliance. We want to know what's going on. We see things. We can detect things. And then, we got our Lord to report to. So if we are telcos, then government will be, some of our lords, right? Here are the problems. Like, the previous speaker mentioned, right? It takes quite a bit of time to even know you're actually being attacked in the first place. So based on some of the research, average can be up to 7 weeks before you even know someone has infiltrated your network and do something really bad with it, right? And then it takes further, 1 day or so, 20-something hours to do, the response, mitigation, and the other activities, right? So this is not good at all. In particular, if you need to respond to some regulatory requirements, such as the Australian Critical Infrastructure Act, that requires you to do reporting in less than 12 hours. So what can we do about this? So here comes AI, right? It's not taking our job, but hopefully help us in solving some of these issues. So here's the idea. We identify critical parts of those systems that takes a long time, that causing all sort of those delays. And we wrap those parts with AI. Hence, we got the AI-driven SecOps. AI-driven, AI-powered security operations. Now, you can actually add SecOps with NetSecOps, right? Because AI can be applicable to many other areas. Here's the idea. You got your threat intelligence feed. That threat intelligence feed should also be AI powered. So if you've got, for example, if you're a global company collecting billions of telemetry data from around the world, there's no way you process it manually, right? You gotta use AI somehow to make sense of it. And once you make sense of it, you create models, you create data, and then you feed those AI-generated threat intelligence data to your AI system. And that is what you're consuming continuously. Now, and then you rely on those AI-driven SecOps framework, tools, software, to do a lot of things, including reading things that are happening on your network, and then feed those output to the human overlords. And hopefully, by doing so, you'll be able to reduce the response time from 21 days to maybe a few hours, and hopefully you'll be able to meet those regulatory requirements. So here is what it looks like from a more detailed point of view. So let's say you're a telco operator, and you've got lots of things to monitor. So you've got RAN, you've got your edge cloud, you've got your core telco cloud, you've got your usual IT, OSS, BSS, you've got your telco core network. So many things to monitor, right? Too many things. And then you got your traditional networking security, such as the firewalls. You may have EDRs, endpoint detection and response. You may have your sandbox, if you're lucky or not, and many other tools like vulnerability scanners and all, right? What you can do is you can feed the output, i.e. logs, events, whatever, to your AI-powered SecOps tools. And then those AI-powered tools will do the automatic correlation, right? So we're talking about the big data here. And as a rule in big data, you cannot use human to actually make sense of it, at least not initially. So you leverage the power of AI to make sense of some of the seemingly random data, i.e., picking the needles in the haystack, and then you do the analysis, and then you do the correlation, and then feed those output to the SecOps personnel. And then it's the job of SecOps personnel to actually make the final decision on what to do. From a different angles, it looks like this, right? So you've got around 5 different areas: threat detection and response, vulnerability management, security automation, and NOC, SOC, and compliance reporting. And when you look at the right column there are actually quite a few use cases you can do. Now, obviously, it will take a lot of time to go into all of them, so I'll show them some of the interesting use cases with a hope that you'll be able to understand the concept and then think of a way to implement those concepts to help you and your company. So here are some of the use cases. The first one is asset management. Do you actually know what's in your network? So before you actually do anything, you need to know what's on your network. It may seem obvious, but some of the high-profile breaches in the world, including Australia, a few years ago, if you remember, is because someone didn't actually know what's in there that has been exposed to the world via API exposures. So it may seem like, a straightforward question, but you'll be surprised as to what you don't know. Now, it's easier said than done, especially if you're a large telco working with tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of things, right? So the idea here is you've got logs, hopefully, you've got events, you've got other data. you can leverage AI, such as Gen AI, in particular LLM, that has the capability to recognize entities. So, it's a specific term called NER, or Name Entity Recognition. And you can actually easily download this LLM from a lot of open source repository, like Hugging Face, for example, right? So the idea here is you can build this LLM powered NER to go through all of those records and then automatically classify those inventory and create them, right? Or you can leverage some of the commercially available tools out there to do that. And once you have those kind of asset management system, you'll be a lot better to do the next steps, which is to understand your vulnerabilities and know how to fix them. And again, it's easier said than done. First of all, you may have tons of vulnerabilities, right? But even worse, you probably don't know those vulnerabilities exist in the first place. So first thing first is people normally do vulnerability scanners, which again, easier said than done, because you run those vulnerability scanners continuously. It generates a lot of noises. For example, just take an example, right? You got a Kubernetes node, worker node. It runs on a particular Red Hat OS, or say Ubuntu 20 something, right? When you run those vulnerability scanners, let's say it comes with 100 vulnerabilities. Now, how are you going to patch them? It's just one node, one OS, right? You probably patch 50 of them, which take you a few weeks. When you run it next week, it comes with another 50. So it's never-ending job. So first thing first is, once you got the result of those audits, so again, it can be a vulnerability scanning, it can be any other type of security audits, you need to be able to identify the most important ones and automatically create a task to address those. Now, one way to address the priority of those vulnerabilities are using something like CVSS, Common Vulnerability Scoring System, right, or CVE. Now, you probably don't want to do this manually because it will take forever. So what you can do is you can leverage AI-powered SIEM, Security Incident Event Management, or NSO, Security Orchestration and Automation Response, to automatically go through the result of your scanning, your auditing, and then automatically make sense of those, prioritize them, and then create tasks for your SecOps personnel to address. So for example, you can instruct your AI-powered SIEM or SOAR to address the P1 vulnerability first. So let's say anything over 90, right, on the CV score. You can say, okay, I want to know all of those P1 things, and I want them to be fixed by the next 2 weeks. You do those, and then you do it continuously, and hopefully you'll be left with some of the minor vulnerabilities. Now, there is a good start, right? It's hard work, but there is a good start. Once you reduce your vulnerabilities to a minimum level, you still need to run your network, right? And your network's never static. Once you deal with those P1, another P1, another P2 will come up very, very soon. So the next thing you want to know is the behavior of users and endpoints on your network. So this is where UEBA comes into the picture. You want to know your users' activities, you want to know your server activities, you probably want to know your router activities or IoT devices if you have them on your network. And again, it's not possible to do those analysis or monitoring manually. So you, again, need something that is quite intelligent to help you shift through all of those massive data and then kind of do the profiling, right? So You want to be able to group those activities into different buckets. Normal, slightly abnormal, abnormal, totally abnormal. And again, you can tell those AI-powered systems what to do in those categories. Right? So AI-powered SIM plays a particular importance in this case. Monitoring users and endpoints are not the end of it. What if you can't monitor those users or service? Because most of the time, to do those monitoring, you need to install something, right? On your user or on your server. What if you can't install anything? Let's say, Ericsson, Nokia doesn't allow you to install anything on your AMF, which makes sense, right? This is where something called NDR comes into place. So network detection and response is another technology that you can use to continuously monitor your network traffic in the raw format. Well, actually, it can be in the flow format as well, right? So if you have NetFlow, if you have SFlow, if you have network packet brokers, you can feed them into NDR. Now, the NDR system, again, has to be quite intelligent as well, because if you just feed it with all sort of raw packets and it wouldn't be able to, it is not able to understand, then it's of no use, right? So there are quite a few things an intelligence AI-powered NDR can help you. First thing first, it can baseline the normal behavior of your network. So this is a really cool thing that you can use machine learning or deep learning to your benefit, right? So the idea is you put this NDR on your network, feed it with your raw network traffic, and it will be able to say, hey, I know these are the normal traffic patterns based on my algorithm, and I'll be able, based on those either clustering or some of the deep learning classification algorithm, I'll be able to tell if something is not normal, is abnormal, right? Or anomaly. i.e., you can leverage your NDR as an anomaly detector. So there is one really good use of NDR. Again, it's easier said than done. What if your network is encrypted, right? The NDR will still be able to make sense of the metadata, right? And this is where a technology like deep learning can really help you. So, if you do a bit of research, there have been really interesting development in how we can use deep learning classification to detect attacks on fully encrypted network traffic without doing any encryption. So I'm not using a firewall or any device to decrypt the packet and then analyze the plain text traffic, right? I'm talking about feeding your NDR with raw network packets, encrypted or plain text. And if you use the right technology, your NDR will be able to say, hey, this encrypted network packet, I can definitely see some dodginess in it, right? And I can probably guess, is this malware running inside this encrypted packet, all without using decryption, right? So this is totally possible. Now, the other use of NDR is to do sub-second malware detection. So the old way of doing malware detection is using sandbox, right? So you put a sandbox, you feed the sandbox with the malware sample. The sandbox will then explode the malware and then run some investigation. And then 10 minutes later, it will give you the verdict. There is just one malware, right? What happens if you feed it with 100 gigabit per second? It will kill the sandbox, right? So what you need is, again, an NDR system that is capable of doing the inference of a malware inference that is within sub-second. And hopefully, you'll be able to scale out the NDR as your traffic grows. So I've got about 4 minutes left, so I'm going to speed up my speed. Next thing is you go deeper to your network, right? So you covered the user, you covered the network. Well, if you want to go deeper inside your mobile network, you can as well. So let's take an example of a 5G core. It runs Kubernetes. So you got CNIs, container networking interface there. Everything is containerized. Well, how do you get the data out in the first place? There are solutions out there that allow you to do so. It's called virtual tap technology. And even better, it can act as kind of a decrypt once and analyze many, right? And this is especially useful if those 5G core vendors not allowing anyone else other than authorized or tested, certified vendors to do this kind of inspection and decryption. So CNF, VNF protection at the very core of your mobile network. API protection is the other thing you need to really look at as the next step of your protecting your network. API is very much exposed in the wild. And you probably still remember that one of the telcos in Australia got hacked via API, and that just exposed a lot of the customer database, right, via those API. So how do you secure those API? First thing first is to be able to make sense of the API. So i.e., you want to know what API is doing. So if you have a really complex API system, it's almost impossible to do that using schema, uploading and enforcement, right? And again, in this case, you can use an ML or AI-powered API gateway to dynamically learn the API schema, document them, and then apply the protection based on the learned schema, right? And then you also want to do external scanning of all of those exposed APIs. So you only expose APIs that are authorized by your company and not just some shadow lab or IT somewhere else. And once you do all those things, you still need someone to process all of the data, right? So, and this is actually very logical for us to do next. So use LLM to help our SecOps guys, right? So Anna mentioned about, the lack of knowledge about what to do. I mean, you can't really train everyone to be a level 4 SecOps expert, right? You still need level 1, 2, 3, and so on and so forth, right? And not all of those people will know exactly what the CVE is and what to deal with it. So you can train your LLM with retrieval augmentation technology, or RAG. So you feed your LLM with all the knowledge base, all the procedures that you have, and then leverage the system to help your SecOps personnel. So RAG and LLM agency are the tools that you can use here. Pretty much on the wire. And last but not least, when it comes to reporting and compliance, we can pretty much leverage the SOAR, the SIEM, and all of those technology that I mentioned before to help us generating those critical reports to the regulators. And again, the principle here is not to provide everything to AI, but we keep humans in the loop to make the last decision. So for example, right, You got all of those clever AI tools, LLM, to generate reports. You need a human to still go through all of those reports, making sure it's not hallucinating, right? Making sure it's not inserting some gibberish in those outputs that will embarrass you to your regulator. And only then you would approve the report to the regulators. And again, it's not about cutting the human out of the loop, hence human in the loop concept. It's about reducing the workload of the SecOps personnel to an acceptable level that we can meet those challenges and respond to those vulnerability incidents and attacks in a timely manner. With that, I will conclude my speaking. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. And thanks a lot.
We've probably got time for one question, if anybody has a question now.
Not marketing, but just push the last button.
Hello. Oh, that's very loud, isn't it? I'm just curious, what do you think might happen when malware authors plug in their malware into AI and say, when you go to infiltrate this network, you have to be aware that the network we're trying to infiltrate is being monitored by AI and adjust your attack accordingly?
Right. Okay. So if I hear the question correctly, you're asking what if your AI system is infiltrated by the malware itself, right?
No. What if the malware authors plug their piece of malware into AI and then say to the AI that they control, the network we're going to try and breach here is being monitored by AI, so do everything you can to avoid tripping up the AI within the network we're trying to breach?
Yes, that's a very good question. And that's why organizations like OAP publish their top 10 for LLM apps, right? So that is one of, well, there are actually 10 attacks that you can launch against LLM, including, somehow poison the data or poison the model, so it does things that are, the model is not supposed to do. Including, you can also do prompt injections. So there are many ways you can fool an AI, in particular LLM, into doing things that it's not supposed to do. And the quick answer to that question is, you also need to protect the LLM itself, right? So that Gen AI system with appropriate kind of AI guard, if you say, or LLM guard, so it doesn't do those bad things. And then you can be sure your LLM or Gen AI system is at least trusted, right?
Thank you.
Right, thank you, Rusdi.
All right, thanks a lot.
Okay, so next up we have the other Shane Alcock. He's going to talk about geolocation.
Right, thank you. Yes, for those of you who have forgotten yesterday, my name is Shane, and I am going to be talking about some things that I do when I'm not working on the world's most popular open source LI solution. And in particular, I'm going to be talking about some work that I've done where I've been trying to use IP geolocation data to do interesting things. So today I'm wearing the hat of the Internet Intelligence Lab, which is a research lab based in Georgia Tech over in Atlanta in the States. So I work for them as both a software developer and sort of a ad hoc systems administrator. And the lab itself is focused on trying to use internet measurements to understand and highlight situations where there are issues with internet freedom or routing security or things like that. So In particular, one of the big projects that the lab does is called IOTA. It stands for Internet Outage Detection and Analysis. And the whole point of IOTA is to try and detect large-scale outages of internet access in as close to real time as we can, right? The project has a global scope, so we're not looking just at a specific area in the world. We're trying to cover the whole thing. It's all based on IP measurements, and we look at outages at 3 different granularities: at the country level, at the subnational region level, and also at the AS level. So I talked about IOTA a couple of years back here at NZNOG, so I'm not going to go too much into the specifics of all the measurements and how we collect them and analyse them. That's all in that talk. You can go back and look at that if you like. Today I'm specifically going to focus on the geolocation aspect of what we do with that project. So to back it up a little bit, what is IP geolocation? For many of you, IP geolocation is a thorn in your side, right? It's the reason that your customers call up angry that they can't access their media content that they expect to be able to access. It could be, it's used a lot in targeted advertising to try and guess where you are so that it can point you at the hot singles in your area. I learned where Waharoa is as a result of this, because that is actually where apparently the hot singles are for me. But it does also have some positive uses. It's quite often used to protect you from credit card fraud or identity theft, because all of a sudden somebody is making an online purchase from a country that you've never been anywhere near, and banks can pick up on that. But if we sort of remove all of the joking and the asides, it really is just an attempt to try and associate what is a digital IP address to a physical location. And I think most of you, when you think of IP geolocation, the first thought that might come into your mind usually begins with "what about?" right? And there are a lot of cases where I'm sure all of you can think of where the idea of trying to say an IP is in a specific location just does not make sense, right? You assign addresses to customers dynamically, for instance. You've got a CGNAT box and a whole bunch of customers from disparate locations are all presenting to the rest of the world as having the same IP address. VPNs, Anycast, all this kind of stuff. So leaving aside the whatabouts, let's go to the bit where we actually try to do something useful with it. So in IOTA, because we're trying to detect outages on a geographic scale, what we are doing is we're trying to attribute each of our measurements to a location, right? And since all of our measurements are based on IP, that's the thing that we try to attribute the location to, or an IP prefix in some cases, right? And then as we collect our measurements and attach them to locations, we can generate time series of what we're measuring for a particular location. We call that a signal, but essentially it's just a time series. And then if we see any significant drop-offs in those signals, then we can use that to infer that there may be an outage occurring in that area. And so this is what it looks like for the incident that happened in Fiji very recently, just last week, where the whole of the country dropped off the internet, and you can see signals there looking nice and normal, and then in that highlighted area they just completely fell off because none of our active probes all stopped getting responses. They dropped off of BGP as well, so yeah, we get some big drops in there. The other way that we use geographic data in IOTA is to actually try and present these results in a way that is visually interesting, right? So we want to try and project things onto maps and highlight parts of the world where things are happening that are interesting. So this is our dashboard. This is usually where you end up if you go straight to the IOTA site, and you see it's a map of the world with coloured in bits where we've detected that things are happening. So in this case, there, Syria. Syria was having a bad day that time. So we have the country view. We also have a subnational regional view. You can see the button up there that would flick over to that. So we've got a couple of maps as well going on there. One important aspect of this geolocation that we might come back to later is, whereas in generating these signals, we're kind of quite reliant on those signals being relatively stable when things are normal, right? It's very hard for us to recognize outages if the signal is jumping all over the place, because all the time series forecasting stuff that we try to do often struggles. So in an ideal world, right, the geolocation mappings for IPs would mostly remain static, right? There wouldn't be big changes all the time of addresses where their location is fluctuating on a regular basis. But we'll come back to that later, possibly. Right, so for drawing the maps, we rely on Natural Earth, which is a group of people, group of volunteers really, who have sort of produced this vector, set of vector data that covers the entire world. They do it at a country level, and again, they do it at that subnational level as well. I think they even go lower than that. So it's been around a really long time. It's free, it's open source, but as I said, it's maintained by volunteers. So the updates for it are pretty irregular at best. And this does cause us some problems in the long term. In terms of the actual IP geolocation data, you tend to have a couple of different types of options. The first one is, of course, the free option, which is usually a limited or crippled subset of some sort of paid offering. It's kind of like a trial version, if anything. So they update those not as often as their paid version, so you might get an update every 3 months or 6 months, and they don't give you all of the detail that the paid version has. So you might get the region if you're lucky, you'll get the country, but not much more than that. And there's only really a handful of viable options, right? So it can work for some very simplistic purposes, but you do have to be aware of the trade-offs of using a free service. Now, paying a bit of money gets you quite a lot more. So in some cases, you get daily updates. So they'll push out a new data set every day, and the location detail is much higher. So they will give you, the city, the postcode. In some cases, they even give you a latitude and longitude. Right? So they're getting it down to some very fine detail. And there is quite a few providers out there as well, so you have quite a few more options. So what does this data look like? Hopefully you can at least make out some of that. So this is from IP Info. I've just given away, I guess, the first few lines of their data set. Oh, that's slightly misaligned. Okay, but what you can see is they have a start IP and an end IP. So all of these IPs in this range, as far as they're concerned, have the same location. You'll get, city, region, country, lat long, postcode, time zone. So fairly detailed. You'll notice the one that I've tried to highlight here, but then it's gotten screwed up in the PowerPoint conversion, is this one down here, Asagawa Minami in Tokyo. You'll notice that's a single address. It's not like a /24. They can, in cases, give you a very specific fine-grained /32. This particular address is in this location, and it's not the same as any of the other addresses around it. How do they know this? Well, it's a bit of a trade secret, but we can speculate a little bit. Right, so the first thing that they do is they scrape the whois, right? This is the fallback option. If they can't get any other info, they're going to go and look up your IP prefixes in whois, and they're going to grab whatever information they get from that. That's their starting point, right? Now, of course, the accuracy is not so great on that. Country level, sure, that's probably fine. You've probably put in the country where your network operates in the whoas. But anything more than that, they just look at whatever you put in as the org address. So that means more than likely that all of your address space is being geolocated to wherever you happen to put your headquarters address in there, right? Even if you're a nationwide network, this is the thing that they're going to start from, right? So, you know, nationwide ISP, all your addresses might be in Auckland, Wellington, wherever your head office is. One other source of data that they use is the geofeed data that you can publish under the specific standards in RFC 9092 and 8805. So, right, in that case, you are the publisher of your geographic data, and then the geolocation providers will go and scrape it and then update their records accordingly. Now, the obvious downside to this is that it's something that you have to do. So, up to you how important that is to you. And of course, there will be large portions of your network where you might not be able to provide a consistent location, right? So there's no point in putting anything more detailed than, say, the country in there. The other issue is that not all of the geolocation providers will take that information on board, even if you are publishing it, mainly because it's a little bit of a chicken and egg scenario, right? If they're not scraping it, then you don't find the value in putting it there, but if you're not putting it there, then they don't find the value in scraping it. So, yeah, it does need a bit of critical mass for this sort of technique to go mainstream. Right, measurement. Measurement is one of the things that the geolocation providers do talk about a little bit publicly as to how they do actually do the geolocation. This is a screenshot of all of the prober locations that IPinfo uses to try and triangulate where addresses are actually located, right? So they will send active probes to addresses from a number of these probers, and much like GPS, kind of try and triangulate where exactly you are based on the response times to those probes, right? But in some areas, right, the range of probers is not necessarily that great. This is actually better than I was expecting. Like one of the maps I'd looked at earlier just had one probe in Auckland for New Zealand, but apparently they've since added a couple more. So there is at least the possibility of some triangulation going on there. But the other flaw in this approach, obviously, is that networking distance is not necessarily the same as geographic distance, right? If you bounce through Australia or whatever to get between two locations in New Zealand, then, right, that's going to make it appear a lot further away from the probing endpoint than it actually is. And the other source of data that perhaps we don't like to talk about or think about too much is the fact that your phone has a GPS in it and it has a public IP address when it's connected to the internet, and that information is leaked to a surprising number of places. So, and if someone was to be collecting that data, then they would have something that they could sell to geolocation providers, right? That's very useful information. And especially when, say, you've connected to a Wi-Fi access point that is now in a static location, right? The moment that your phone has connected to the people who are collecting that data, then they know where that IP address of that Wi-Fi access point is using to access the internet is located. So that's probably what is being used to augment a lot of this data. Right, so moving on to the work that I actually did. So with IOTA, we had an issue where our agreement with our existing geolocation provider had expired and we weren't able to renew it, and IPinfo stepped in to fill the gap. So yay IPinfo. I'm going to say some things about the IPinfo data as we go along. please don't take that as me just ragging on IP Info. They're actually great because they gave us data. And you'll kind of see that a lot of the things that I may complain about are actually quite generic. It wouldn't have mattered which geolocation provider was that we were working with there. So they donated us access to their paid service. So we got all the good stuff. And so the project was essentially just to integrate their geolocation data into IOTA. And as a side effect of that, we also ended up upgrading our maps from Natural Earth 3 to Natural Earth 5. Right, so when it came to the country side of things, this was pretty straightforward. It turns out that the set of countries in the world doesn't change very often. South Sudan, probably about 10-ish years ago, was the most recent new country to be added. So that's not too much of a problem. The other good thing is that we all, well, thanks to country level TLDs, we all pretty much agree on what codes we use to identify particular countries, right? We're NZ, Australia's AU. We all agree on that, and so all of the data sets that we're trying to combine to generate the IOTA graphs and the IOTA dashboard, they all agree. So that's great. There's one slight issue in terms of places that aren't quite fully accepted as countries. And Kosovo is an example of that. So because Kosovo has not been, all right, this gets geopolitical, I believe it's because they haven't been ratified fully by the UN. ISO will not issue them an official country code, and so they are using a temporary country code called XK. And so at some point, that's probably going to change, and I'm going to have to go and replace everything that is using XK to use whatever they get assigned. But regions are a lot more problematic. They shouldn't be, but they are. So ISO 3166-2 defines unique identifying codes for all subnational regions in the world. These change a bit more frequently than country codes. Countries can reallocate essentially what their regions are, or realign their regional governments. So these change quite a bit. And the other thing is that these sets of codes are not so well known or widely used. So the goal of what we need to do is we need to translate one of these IP info locations into what we use inside of IOTA as a region ID. Right, so the first thing we have to do is we have to agree on what a region is. In terms of sort of formal language, regions are defined based on a series or a hierarchy of administration levels. So at administrative level 0, you have countries. Administrative level 1 is the first level of subnational governance. Administrative level 2 goes lower again. Now we only care about region level 1 in IOTA. In New Zealand, region level 1 is effectively correlates to regional councils. Or more specific, something that you might be more familiar with is whenever you make an online order and you have to click on the state option, the list of things that pops up there, those are the level 1 regions. That's where that comes from. In the US, these are states, provinces in Canada, states and territories in Australia, and so on. In IOTA, because we want to colour segments on the maps that come from Natural Earth, our set of regions has to exactly match those that are in Natural Earth, right? And every region is identified within IOTA as with a unique ID number. And when we generated these originally, we started at 1 and we incremented it for each region that we saw on the map. And in hindsight, this was a horrible idea. This was the worst thing we could have done. So in this system, for example, Hawke's Bay happens to be region 3048. In Natural Earth, they assign their own set of codes to every region. And they are not simply numbers, and they get assigned in some other way. But yes, so the code in Natural Earth for Hawke's Bay is NZL-3397. In the Natural Earth data, many regions do include an ISO 31662 code, but not all of them do. They haven't fully updated it, so it's not something that we can rely on, unfortunately. Now, if you remember this IP info data from earlier, there's no numbers or codes for the region, just a region name. So now we have to get from a region name to one of our two mappings. But it's easy, right? Because IOTA does know the name of all the regions that it knows about. And IP info puts the region name on each line. So say we saw Hawke's Bay in the IP info line, we look up Hawke's Bay in the database of IOTA regions, they match, we know that, you know, that's the region we're looking for. So it's easy. So it turns out that different data sets use, you know, different alphabets at times for, you know, how they spell region names. You get slightly different versions of names based on how Europeanized they've been. And yeah, there's a whole bunch of different prefixes and suffixes that can be attached to a region name, right? So one data set might call something X province or X state, and the other one might leave that term off. And then there's a whole series of things like ill and owl and various other things that in certain parts of the world may or may not get prepended to a region name. But those we can actually deal with programmatically. Those aren't the worst ones. The real problem is when two data sets disagree on what the set of regions for a country actually is, right? So for instance, IP info breaks the UK down into 4 regions because they see the next level down as the 4 countries, England, Scotland, Wales, and Ireland, or Northern Ireland, sorry, which is pretty coarse in terms of, you know, what we're trying to do. That's not great. But Natural Earth decides to break the UK down into 229 regions, which is based on, I believe, boroughs. It turns out that, you know, they have this wonderful system called counties, which would be perfect for this use case. Chosen not to use it. I don't know why. The other issue that we run into is that, particularly in post-colonial parts of the world, they often like to reorganize their subnational governance on a regular basis, either to sort of remove some of that, you know, colonial borders, but also there are countries where they have as a law that every subnational region must be roughly equivalent in population, right? And so as the population demographics change, they actually need to adjust the borders and maybe split a region into 2 or something like that, right? And so if any of these changes happen and one of our sources of data adopts the change and the other one does not, we now have a problem. So what do we do? Well, the good news is that IP info gives us the lat long coordinates, right? And Natural Earth gives us the region boundaries as a map. So surely all we have to do is take each of those lat longs and plot them onto our map and, you know, get the nearest or the region that that point falls into, and we know what region we actually need to assign that geolocation to. Turns out that also gets complicated. So this is a map of Singapore, and you'll see that Singapore is, you know, an island or a series of islands that is very close to its neighbour Malaysia. What you'll see here, these green shapes, are what Natural Earth version 3 provides us for the area of Singapore. Now they're pretty blocky, right? That's quite detailed. A few blocks, a few triangles, basically. So the points that I've plotted on there, the ones that are sort of the pinkish color, those are the ones that actually fall inside the region as Natural Earth tells us. All those yellow ones, they fall outside of it, which is fine. All right, so let's put the actual map on there. So we can see, oh, we're lagging. See up here, these are the ones that actually cause us a lot of problems. So these nominally are actually in Singapore, right? We can see that on the real map. The problem is that if we were to take the region as drawn by natural earth, the one that's closest to those points, we would be geolocating those into Malaysia. So that caught us out a little bit. So it's not just a matter of picking the nearest region, you also have to factor in a little bit whether maybe it's actually the nearest country and say, okay, it's actually, we rule out the closer region even though, because it's in a different country, right? And so that allows us to sort of avoid those kinds of mix-ups. The other thing that we realized is that because those polygons that were being drawn in that situation was so coarse, we needed to move to Natural Earth version 5 to give us some more detailed polygons. It did come with the side effect that it added a few new regions, and so we had to do a few updates to account for that. But there's the difference, right? So the improvement is pretty remarkable in terms of what you get from Natural Earth version 5. So that's great, but it does, this stuff does come with a couple of caveats. The more detailed topology takes longer to load on our website, right? So we have to ship the topology to the client. So, we cache that wherever we can, but we also need to start thinking about smarter ways in how we render our maps. The other issue is that extra fine-grained, /32 level geolocation that IPinfo gives us is great, but it does massively increase the memory usage of our processing because instead of everything sort of being broken down into /24s, we're keeping track of a lot more state. So we had to do quite a bit of work to sort of discard a lot of the detail and then aggregate addresses or geolocations that were actually for the same region, but once we threw away all that city and really low level stuff, that those can be combined together into a single instance. Right, and so the end result is we have this very complicated pipeline for taking the data that IPinfo gives us every day and converting it into something that actually maps onto our system. We don't need to go through all those steps. Right, so these are the sort of final takeaways from my experience. Yeah, it's the inconsistency really that was our biggest source of grief, right? Potentially there's a way forward here if everyone starts using ISO 3166-2 to define what a region is. That would be very helpful. But there is definitely a real disconnect between the people who are sort of doing the GIS stuff and making the maps and the people who are doing IP geolocation and what they think constitutes a region. And then of course there was that little bit of extra layer of pain that was self-inflicted by us introducing a third set of identifiers that we then needed to bridge everything across. So I will say that do a lot of research before you pick, if you are using IP geolocation data, to pick your provider, because changing providers is hard. And it's a lot easier to get it right first time. But also maybe there's some scope for some research and some collaboration in here between research groups, geo providers, to try and create some tools and APIs that sort of minimize some of the problems that we have. So I will leave you with a quote. IP geolocation is indeed the worst method of mapping between a digital and physical location, except for all of the others. And that's me. Thank you.
We could maybe squeeze in one question. I think we've got one there.
G'day Shane, nice to have another fellow geolocation talker, that's awesome. Just echoing your statement on IP Info, they've come a long way. Abdullah, who's the chief developer there, and his team are doing some really cool work with active probing. So echoing what you said there about picking the right geo-IP provider or geolocation provider, they're doing some really cool work. Unbeknownst to me at the time when I did my talk here last time at NZNOG and then followed it at APNIC 58, 1 week before APNIC 58 last year in August, RFC 1992 became obsolete, which was awesome when I then spoke about it a week later, and has been replaced with RFC 9632, which has some improvements, which are really good. Yeah, look, everyone in this room who has IP space, go and do the thing. Go and publish a geofeed. It's really easy. It's really simple. And Shane's point of the individual /32, that was the example there. I had a wee lookup of that, and that is being placed in there because that provider is using RFC 1992 or 9632 to publish that as a /32. So when you get good data in, you can actually control it a lot nicer. It leads to less guesswork. It leads to better outcomes for everybody. And we're really down to two of the decently known geolocation providers that just aren't still using those geofeeds. All the other major ones, I'd even argue those other two aren't really well known. All the main ones are now using it, down to even reactivity of 1 day, 24 hours, as Shane said. So let's do a part and get some good data input.
100% agree.
Thanks. Was that the first lightning talk? Or?
John Brewer here, just a follow-on from my policy proposal at the last APNIC. I'd like to say that use of APNIC's bulk WHOIS for geolocation is explicitly prohibited by the terms and conditions of that agreement. There is only one provider I know of actually doing that, Akamai, who have admitted to doing that. They need to stop. So use somebody else.
Also 100% agree.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Right, thanks Shane. Right, now we have the lightning talks that were registered. Before we do that, there's a couple of announcements from the conference organizer. One is for anybody who's representing a sponsor. So the sponsors, please make sure to take all your stuff with you. That's banners and any leftover merchandise. If you're going to have stuff couriered, take it to Bex, make sure it's very clearly labelled, and she can deal with it then. The other thing is, if there's anybody who doesn't have enough merchandise that they've already got, Bex has 8 bags left over, so if anybody wants them, you can go and see her. Okay, so now we do have the 2 lightning talks. So the first one is Mark Smith. Since he made the trip over the Tasman, we're making more use of him, and I think he's got some suggestions for some light reading.
Hello again. A brief talk about some fairly recent IETF RFCs that may be of interest. So, to add to your reading list, some of them might be interesting to ask your vendors about implementing if they're of interest. I haven't read them all. I go through the list and just look for things that are interesting, but I do have some insights into some of them. So the first one is that, courtesy of Jeff and a few other people, there's a lot bigger IPv6 documentation space. It's now a /20. Obviously the old one's still valid, but 3FFF:/20 for your documentation, mainly because the /32 can sometimes be a bit too small. If you want to design a big network. RFC 9663, using DHCP-v6 prefix delegation to allocate unique prefixes per client in large broadcast networks. IPv6 hosts have multiple addresses, at least the link local, and if they're getting GUAs or ULAs, you probably have a stable IPv6 address or RFC 7217, and multiple temporary addresses because it phases them in and out over time. And that, on a large network segment, such as with 1,000 clients, can potentially exhaust your router cache capacity or your switch MLD snooping capacity, or in the case of Wi-Fi networks, the snooping feature function in them. And so the idea is to delegate a prefix to the host using DHCP v6 PD instead of the host using Slack or DHCP for individual addresses. And what this the benefits of doing this is, it basically is replacing neighbour cache entries with a route table entry covering a span of addresses. So in the neighbour cache, there'll only be a linked local address for the host, and then there's a big range of addresses and say, go and talk to that client. So in effect, the client's like a router, except it doesn't forward packets for anybody else other than itself. And the other advantage is that, with virtual machines or potentially even address per process, this allows you to, gives the client host a lot more address space to allocate to virtual machines internally. So it's effectively a router or a bridge. But yes, it's sort of saying, pushing the routing down to the endpoint rather than Slack or DHCP v6 for individual addresses. RFC 9686, registering self-generated IPv6 addresses using DHCP v6. There's a bit of controversy about Android not supporting DHCP v6. If you look into the history of that, everybody wants it for security, security, security. It's not security because it doesn't record everything, and that sort of defeats the purpose. But what has been done is a recognition that it is potentially useful to have a central server with records, sorry, I forgot my notes, records of addresses that are present on the network. And so this is a DHCP signal that clients can use to say, if you configure a static address on an IPv6 host, it goes and records it in a DHCP server or for Slack addresses. So you get more visibility about the addresses that are on the network. Key point though, it's not a security solution because you're trusting the clients to do that. And any malicious client's certainly not going to say, put its hand up and say, here's my address, come and find me, I'm trying to steal something. RFC 9692, routing in fat trees. I haven't done too much research onto it, but it's interesting. And then there's RFC 9696, routing in fat trees, applicability and operational considerations. In particular, the very dense networks that they're building in data centres today, some of the more traditional protocols like OSPF and ISIS, they're more general purpose protocols. And so while they will work in these sorts of topologies, there is opportunities to optimise and design a routing protocol that better suits that scenario. And so that's what Rift is. The more, well, I was going to say more traditional, but the leaf and spine or clos style topologies that you're starting to see in the data centres. But it isn't only limited to data centres. I've seen some metro networks are starting to resemble that. So you're building a data centre network, but you're using it for your metro connectivity, high bandwidth, CDNs, etc. And there's even some other examples there as well. So it's not just limited to data centre fabrics. But if you're interested in routing protocols, this is a relatively new one to learn about. Now this is another interesting one, RFC 9717. There was an ITF meeting in March last year in Brisbane, and I saw Tony Lee present on this one. It's an informational RFC, so it's really just his opinion, but he's got a very long history in routing, so pretty smart person. But this is he was sort of thinking about, and I decided to copy his slides from that. He was thinking about Starlink and how to potentially route for that sort of stuff. Tens of thousands of satellites, hundreds of gateways. The uplinks and downlinks are changing. The inter-satellite links are flaky, and also you need traffic engineering to cope with the bandwidth limitations and so on. His idea, I'm not saying it's a good or bad idea, it's just an interesting one, is to consider orbits. He calls them stripes. So adjacent orbits, plus they're interconnected across, and put them into a, sorry, hang on, my notes, yeah, put them into ISIS areas. He looked at both OSPF and ISIS, and the ISIS level model slightly better fit what he thought the solution could be. And then you cover the planet with stripes. And it was just a bit interesting, this routing between we're routing between these stripes. There's no level 0 in it, so there's no backbone area, which is where he chose IS over ISPF. And yeah, this was sort of his conclusion, that scaling routing is not necessarily hard. It uses off-the-shelf solutions, low overhead, supports V6 and supports traffic engineering. It was just a bit interesting because it was sort of background into some of the networking issues of these sorts of scale satellite networks that we're starting to see. And that's it. Thank you.
Any questions for Mark? No, too fast to absorb. Right, we're stopping.